You want offense? Well, you're in the right place. Tonight, Louisville deploys one of the nation's best offensive units, led by superstar Tage Davis, who's eyeing rarefied air tonight in the series opener. Clemson, meanwhile, counters with a pair of top gunslingers in preseason All-American Aiden Kanak and standout Michael Sharman this weekend. It's a consequential ACC series here in Louisville. And tonight, two of the ACC's preseason favorites square off, and despite their struggles, Louisville and Clemson are sure to provide plenty of entertainment. As we welcome you to Jim Patterson Stadium here in Louisville, he's Nick Zanetti, I'm Noah Frary, and the secret's out. These two teams have underperformed expectations. Nick, they're in the middle of the pack in the ACC, but here at the end of the year, you have a real chance to boost your resume.
Yeah, they've been struggling with some ACC opponents. Both still got a ways to go. One thing that's true about both of these programs, they're familiar with the postseason, and you know they're hungry to get there. They're going to have to take advantage of each other this weekend, but we're going to have a really fun weekend at Jim Patterson.
Yeah, to your point, both teams were in the postseason last year, but coming into this series, both projected out, Nick.
Yeah, and with the season Louisville had last year, with the struggles that they were having, but the run that they were able to make to Omaha and end up in the Final Four, you know they're no stranger to this type of season. And for Clemson, highly touted coming into the year, a comfortable position in the RPI rankings, but you know they're going to want to strengthen that number as much as possible as the season winds down.
Well, Louisville needing a big win turns to their ace tonight, Wyatt Danielewicz, who will make his league-leading 11th start tonight.
I mean, this guy has just been the answer for Louisville. Every time they need a dominant performance, the Friday night start to every key weekend, there's a reason why Danielewicz is out there. The fastball, he uses it over half the time. He works in that slider and that lethal vertical breaking ball, giving so many hitters trouble. He's going to have to really lock it in tonight and get his team a Friday night victory.
You mentioned the left-hander deploying plenty of fastballs, will sprinkle in the breaking ball, working from that third base side of the rubber. Nick, he's been fantastic this year on the mound.
Yeah, he can pick spots. He speeds guys up and then he slows them down. Loves the heater, but this vertical breaking ball, we were just talking about it, absolutely disgusting. Gives so many hitters trouble. Wyatt Danielewicz, he's going to have to get comfortable with that pitch mix, but he's got a batting order that he's got his work cut out for him in.
Clemson Tigers 26-16, bottom third of the ACC, but they deploy this lineup tonight, led off by Nate Savoy, who's been one of the best hitters in the ACC, particularly lately. Danielewicz is ready, so is Savoy, and the first pitch here at Jim Patterson Stadium is a ball, a big Friday night game. Weather in the area. First pitch a little bit later than expected. Could see more weather throughout the evening. Two teams in Clemson and Louisville picked 4th and 5th respectively in the ACC preseason poll, but both find themselves with work to do, not only for the ACC tournament, Nick, but also for the NCAA tournament that's looming.
Yeah, and they're familiar with it. We were talking about both of these programs, how they've both been to the postseason. Omaha, Coach Bakich has come into Clemson and done a really good job, and Dan McDonnell, longtime head coach at Louisville, both familiar with each other, and both still have an opportunity, like we said, to make it into the postseason, but they really got to start ramping it up.
1-2 pitch on the way, grounded to third. Hot has it, the throw across the diamond is in time for out number 1. Clemson and Eric Bakich, as we told you, right now on the outside looking in to the postseason, but they've hosted 3 straight regionals. They went to a super regional in 2024. Nick, you get the sense with this Clemson program that they're right on the precipice of something great.
Yeah, and they know what it takes. You see there what he's been able to do since coming to Clemson. He's no stranger to the grind, the grit that the ACC brings.
First pitch swinging for McClatty into center field. Plenty of room for Lucas Moore, who makes the catch for out number 2. 5 quick pitches for Louisville.
And Coach Bakich, he's familiar with Louisville, right? When he coached the Michigan Wolverines in 2022, well, he appeared in the Louisville Regional against Coach Dan McDonnell on the side of Louisville, so not his first time in the Ville.
Dan McDonald looking on, 20th season at the helm of this Louisville program. Luke Gaffney is at the plate, and he brings, with this plate appearance, an 8-game hitting streak. He's hitting over 340 during that 8-game stretch.
How about his last 4? 8 RBIs, 5 of them coming against USC Upstate the midweek. He has been getting it going at the right time for these Tigers.
Call that light work for a guy like Luke Gaffney. 2 for 5, a home run, 5 RBIs in Clemson's midweek win over USC Upstate. Here's the 1-1, hit into center field, giving chase is more, and that one goes over the fence. Clemson strikes first. They're on the board here in the first. Seventh home run of the year for Gaffney as Clemson gets off on the right foot.
Just talking about what's at stake for both of these teams. Can't think of a better way for Clemson to get it started with Gaffney. Just talking about the tear he's been on. Has to go down and get that one. It's not the most appealing pitch to the batter's eye, I'm sure. But he goes down and gets it, and that is just a testament to the strength of Gaffney. Sits on it and absolutely drills it.
And now Wyatt Danielewicz will work with a deficit. Just the 6th home run that he has allowed this season in 54 innings of work. That has not been an issue for him. And facing a dangerous hitter here in Jacob Jarrell, who leads Clemson with 15 tank jobs on the year.
Great pitch, kid. Let's go.
2-0 pitch here, Nick. You got a chance to do a little bit of damage if you're Jarrell.
Yeah, you're expecting it to be somewhere nice. Danielewicz misses, though, and now on 3-0, you're going to take a very patient approach. Make Danielewicz throw you something nice.
Do you green light him here early?
I think you wait it out a little bit. Make Danielewicz throw you a good pitch. If he can find the strike zone here, then be ready to swing on 3-1.
3-0 catches the corner.
Now I would expect you're in swing mode if you're Jarrell.
271 hitter on the year for the senior out of Florence, South Carolina. 3-1 pitch, he goes fishing as the count moves full.
And that is such a confident pitch from Danielewicz on 3-1. If Jarrell takes, he's most likely on first base. But it's just speaking to the volume of Wyatt Danielewicz, how confident he is in picking his spots and getting opponents to chase.
High and a strikeout, misses off the plate. And Clemson will have their second base runner of this top of the first inning. For Danielewicz, it was a great start to ACC play. Not as much lately. He's given up 5 earned runs in each of his last 3 outings. I think I would have asked you for a key for him, and it was probably going to be get off to a fast start, and Clemson ambushed him.
Well, the thing about Danielewicz that's interesting, we'll get more extensive on it, I'm sure, in a little bit. He's really good when there's runners on base. So if there's one guy on this Louisville staff that's going to take a first inning home run and a base runner and wipe it away, it's Danielewicz. He's not going to get rattled. He's going to stay locked in and remind himself that he's out there on Friday night for a reason.
Jack Crichton swings at the 1-0 offering into center field and right into the glove of Lucas Moore. Clemson gets on the board as Luke Gaffney gets to Danielewicz. We head to the bottom of the first here in Louisville. Advantage as we head to the bottom of the first inning as Louisville gets their first turn at the plate. Luke Gaffney gave Clemson a lead, and now Louisville will try to counter here in the bottom of the first inning. Lucas Moore set to lead things off. Louisville coming in 23-18. They need to secure a big win this weekend. Zion Rose will get the start in left field today. Had a huge performance in the midweek against in-state rival Kentucky as Louisville took the second edition of the Battle of the Bluegrass here in 2026. And on the bump, Clemson going to their ace, Aiden Kanak, a preseason All-American. Nicky struggled a bit, but still one of the best pitchers in this conference.
And he's the guy you're going to want out there if you're Clemson. 6+ strikeouts in every start this season, 70 entering today. That is third in the ACC. He's got to be aware of where he goes with 2 strikes. Sometimes tends to leave 2-strike pitches over the plate, has to rely on the changeup and disrupt the timing of these Louisville hitters. And for Louisville, those left-handed hitters are going to have to catch up to that changeup, time it up, and drive it.
And many have tried to catch up to that changeup. Many have failed. Lucas Moore set to lead things off. Brings a 5-game hitting streak into tonight's series opener. Got a pair of hits in the midweek. And swings at the first pitch here. Grounded to first as Luke Gaffney steps on the bag for a quick first out.
Get it started, T. Get it started.
You mentioned the fastball, so important for Kanak when he's locating that rather. He's one of the best pitchers. And then, Nick, you touched on it, you sprinkle in the changeup, and he's added a few pitches this year. He's lethal on the bump.
Yeah, he's added in the cutter, the breaking ball, in addition to that fastball and changeup dynamic. So he's experimented with a lot of pitches, but he finds a lot of success with that fastball changeup dynamic.
Turn on one. Let's go, kid.
Working quickly here as the count evens up at a ball and a strike apiece to Zion Rose, the junior out of Chicago, Illinois. Hampered by injuries this year. He's missed 21 games, but back fully healthy and a lethal bat in Dan McDonald's lineup.
He's been in and out of the lineup this season. And when he was injured, you know, Dan McDonald talked a lot about the struggle of trying to fit guys around Tage Davis, the most dangerous bat in this Louisville lineup. And Zion Rose was a big part of that struggle because he likes to put Zion around Tage to kind of protect him, give him a chance to do a lot of damage with runners on base. But for a guy who has been in and out so much, he doesn't look like he has missed any time.
3-1 offering coming to Rose off the corner. And it'll be a 1-out walk for Louisville here in the bottom of the first. And to your point, as Tage Davis comes to the plate, the sophomore superstar coming into tonight, a chance for history. 24 home runs on the year. He leads the NCAA.
Just be next, Tage. Just be next. Let's go.
Kanak with the first pitch strike to Davis, who I misspoke, his 24 home runs. It changed earlier today. He is now second in the NCAA, but just one shy of tying Chris Dominguez's record that stood since 2009. 0-1, the runner going, throw down. Not in time as Lucas Moore, who's known for the stolen base, swipes his first bag. Rather Zion Rose there. Moore grounding out to first.
You know what to do. Let's go, kid.
Well, it is a familiar sight seeing Lucas Moore steal bases in the first inning, but Zion Rose this time able to get down there and slide in safely, and Louisville with a chance to tie. They're going to check on Rose. It gets away, and he's going to third.
Get away from Lichtenberger, the shortstop for Clemson, and some early chaos here for the Cards.
Yeah, Kanak just wanted to check on Rose, but he gets in the way. He's allowed to do that. It's his base. It's his baseline. It's an awkward play for Clemson, and Zion Rose scoots on up 90 feet, and now a fly ball will get the job done to tie up the game.
Look at that gap the other way,
An
Tage.
error on the pitcher, Kanak. And a tying run 90 feet away already for Louisville.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
And perhaps more importantly here with the runner on third, Clemson's not able to deploy a massive shift against Davis, which we've seen many teams go to.
Yeah, they like to shift on Davis. He's a pull hitter. He's been trying to work more left center this year.
Davis launches one.
Wow.
Deep right field. And he has tied the record. "25 home runs for the sophomore superstar." And Louisville up 2-1 early.
Just in the middle of talking about what Tage Davis does, he leaves the changeup high, and Tage Davis is going to punish you every single time. An absolute rocket, and Tage Davis has taken the country by storm as one of, if not the best hitter.
Well, now he's tied for the nation's lead in home runs.
Tied Landon Hairston down in Arizona State, who has 25 himself.
Just took him 3 pitches in this game. As Canuck unraveling a little bit here. Hits Byram hot. And not the start you wanted from Canuck after you got a run in that first inning. Louisville doing what they do best in mashing.
Yeah, and the offense is the identity for Louisville, and that's exactly what they're doing here in this bottom of the first inning. They take exception, right? Gaffney hits the home run off of Danilevich. So what does Louisville do? They come back up to the plate, and Tage Davis hits an absolute moonshot. Byram Hott wears a pitch, and now Louisville has another base runner on, and this is where you could take advantage. Make it hard on Canuck. Maybe make Clemson think about that bullpen early in the game.
3 big games looming this weekend. If you're Tage Davis, nice to get that out of the way. Next home run would be the record held by Chris Dominguez and now shared by Tage Davis. What a sophomore year Davis has had for this Louisville side. Only player in the BB Core era dating back to 2011 with 24 home runs, 70 RBIs by April 20th. Adds a home run and 2 RBIs here in the first inning. He's just making it look easy right now.
And he set that tone in his freshman season. He showed everybody what he was capable of. And with that experience under his belt, especially the trip to Omaha, it's no wonder he has come out in his sophomore season and made a significant leap.
And if you're Davis, he doesn't care which field you want to hit it out. He's hit 15 out to right field. That's the pull side. But, Nick, we got a chance to watch him in batting practice earlier, and he was sending him out into the parking lot out in left field. And Louisville just keeps wrapping hits off of the Clemson ace. This time, Jimmy Nugent puts 2 on for Louisville. Still just 1 out here in the bottom of the first.
Well, this is exactly what Louisville is known for. This is exactly what they need to do and what fans are familiar with. And Canuck, again, going to hang a breaking ball that he just leaves a little bit high. He's going to have to start locating stuff lower in the zone, or else these Louisville hitters, Davis, Hott, Nugent, they're going to tattoo the baseball.
Take one the other way, Benny. Take one the other way. Outside, you're good,
If
Benny.
you're an ACC baseball fan, you've probably heard about all the noise that Georgia Tech's making in Atlanta, but on any given night, you feel like this Louisville offense could compete with some of the best offenses in the country.
100%. And you look at a lot of the series they've had, a slanker.
Hit hard to left. Savoy has the catch, out number 2, as both runners stay put, as you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the weekends that Louisville has had so far this season, and there's a lot of what Coach Dan McDonnell said to us today before the game, swing games, moments that could go your way, they may not go your way. He didn't shy away from the accountability. He said it's our fault. We have to take advantage of those swing moments, and we have to control our own destiny. But you think about that UNC series, who are now one of, if not the best team in the country. They beat up on Georgia Tech. 4 outs away this Louisville squad was from beating those Tar Heels.
First pitch strike here to Cade Elam.
You're seeing it. Let's go, kid.
UNC took that series 2-1. Easy to ask what if. Elam, the freshman out of Barbersville, Kentucky, pops up into foul territory. And a nice play made by Luke Gaffney. draped over the railing. But it was Ted Davis's inning, a 2-run bomb to tie the record. 25 home runs now on the year for Davis. Will he break it tonight? You're going to have to stick with us to find out. Things in the bottom of the first inning, a 2-run bomb, his 25th of the year. Him and Landon Harrison, a couple of super sophomores, Nick, are really battling it out for the D1 home run title this year.
Yeah, I mean, these numbers speak for themselves, and you see the drop line there, both top 3 in all those categories. I want to add one more. Slugging percentage, Tate Davis entering today, 906, second in the nation. Number 1, Landon Hairston, 1,024 slugging percentage. I mean, those two of the best sophomores in the nation.
Fair to call those gaudy numbers.
Yes, I would say that.
First pitch was a strike to Landon Foltz, swinging at the 0-1, lofting it into right field where Slanker is there. Well, if you're Clemson, you want to respond. Gaffney landing the first punch in this series, a home run with 2 outs back in the first inning. And much like us up here in the booth, now if you're Wyatt Danielewicz, a chance to settle into this game.
Yeah, and that's what Louisville has done so well all season long, right? They've taken the punches. They have exchanged blows with many opponents, but one thing they never do is they never quit. You asked Dan McDonald what he liked about this team this year. Well, he said they don't quit. They've been through the ringer already this season, and they got a long way to go, but they don't give up, and that's going to bode really well for Louisville as they try to make another push to the postseason.
A program that's had a ton of success under the 20th year head coach. 6 trips in total to the College World Series, 5 since 2013, including last year when they went to the national semifinals.
Yes!
1-1 pitch to Tyler Lichtenberger, the sophomore transfer from App State. Freshman All-American a year ago, taking over the reins at shortstop this season. Cuts through the 1-2, gets away from Baker. Able to throw the first in time. A quick couple of outs for Danielewicz here in the second.
Noah, Wyatt Danielewicz's breaking ball is so lethal. It's not only giving hitters trouble, but it gave George Baker some trouble there as he has to go get it, throw it down to Tate Davis at first. But when Wyatt Danielewicz starts clicking with that curveball, you better hope you've already scored a healthy amount of runs.
When I watch that curveball come across, it makes me feel glad I'm up here in the booth instead of in the right-handed batter's box.
Trying to fight that one off.
Bryce Clavon swings at the first pitch. He's been in the lineup a lot more lately with some of the injuries that we touched on. Jaron Purify has been out. That forced Clemson to reshuffle their lineup. There's rumors around these parts that Purify could be getting closer and closer to a return. Perhaps even this weekend have seen him pinch run a couple of times. He's been out with a hand injury after getting hit by a pitch. And that'd be huge if Clemson could get him back, one of the most electric players in the ACC, but for now you make do with what you have.
Yeah, and his identity as a base runner, he has 50 stolen bases at Clemson in his career. 29 last season on 33 attempts and 10 this season on 15 attempts.
Clavon swinging at the 2-1. Rose camps underneath it for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. Wyatt Danielewicz bounces back. It's 2-1 Louisville. Up a 1-2-3 inning, sending the Clemson bats down in order. Now Aiden Canuck, his second turn on the bump here for this Tigers side. He was welcomed to this game by a Take Davis home run, 25th of the year to tie the Louisville single season record. And Nick, there's been one thing that's been consistent all year long for Clemson, and that's been the pitching staff.
Yeah, they've been dealing all season long, but this Louisville team, time and time again, you know, no matter where the struggles are, they hit the baseball. And for Canuck, he's going to have to settle in. Starts Baker off with a heater there. He's going to have to find a way to put up a zero, much like Danielewicz just did in the top half of the second.
Interestingly enough, as Canucks starts George Baker with 2 strikes. Canucks thrown a first pitch strike to every batter that he has faced so far in this game. George Baker, can you call him the personal catcher of Wyatt Danielewicz? Back in there at catcher tonight. He's been the catcher for all 11 starts this year for Danielewicz.
That's the dynamic between those two. Danielewicz comfortable with Baker behind the plate. Such a sound catcher. Great battle right there to wait on a very slow, balloonish changeup that's just floating into the strike zone. Your timing is off, your weight goes off. Baker just pokes at it and stays alive.
0-2, cut through, 77 at the knees as Baker goes down swinging. First strikeout of the night for Aiden Canuck.
This is how Canuck is going to have to operate from here on out as long as he's out there. Place that pitch in an area where it's going to fall to the ankles or even into the dirt. If you leave it too high at the letters, it's going to fall right into a hitter's wheelhouse, and they're going to tee off on it. But a great response by Canuck after the first inning.
That'll bring up Alex Alicea. Been hampered by injury a little bit lately, in and out of the lineup. He's also struggled at the plate. This is a player that Louisville would love to get going as he bunts through the pitch there. He's behind in the count 0-2, and now you probably take that bunt off.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a way to battle here. The switch hitter can favor himself in any matchup.
Just off the plate.
I love it from Canuck. It's a perfect 2-strike pitch. We were just talking about what he needs to do with 2 strikes. Can't leave it over the heart of the plate.
Especially to take Davis.
Yeah.
Long hold on the 1-2 pitch, misses low and inside to Alicea. One of the key returners for this Louisville side that went to the College World Series a year ago. Stays on the 2-2, sends it into right. Colin Bell getting the start tonight in right field, makes the catch for out number 2. Both pitchers really settling into this game here in the second.
Yeah, just feeling out the first inning. Canuck got to see a little bit more of the Louisville lineup. But both pitchers adjusted a little bit. You always adjust between innings as a pitcher. Unless it's working perfectly, you're always going to make some kind of tweak to your approach.
Second time through the order for Aiden Canuck. Faces Lucas Moore, who he got to ground out on the first pitch of this game. Moore coming into tonight, hits in 7 of his last 8 games. Moved up to the leadoff spot tonight with Crane out of the lineup.
You talked how much Louisville would love to get Ali Saya going. They would love to get Lucas Moore going, the 2 table setters for Louisville.
Sometimes you feel like it's almost easy runs if you can put people on in front of Tag Davis.
Yeah, especially those 2. And when he gets on base, Lucas Moore, he just manipulates the game, and you'll see if he can get on base just what he does, how aggressive he is. 53 swiped bags last season.
And 1 phantom swiped bag that I gave him back in the first inning, right?
Yeah.
Coming into tonight, 96 stolen bases in his career. Can he find his way on with 2 outs? 2s are wild here at Jim Patterson Stadium. Hits that one back up the middle, it lands. And Louisville will have a 2-out base runner, and now Moore an instant threat to run at first.
That's what they need Lucas Moore to do much, much more of. He tends to pull on the first pitch. We've seen him ground out to first base a lot this year. So for him to be patient right there and barrel it up a little bit better and send it out towards left center, it's encouraging for Louisville, and now a chance for him to get to second.
With Zion Rose at the plate and a check to first. Let's be honest, there are some great baseball names. You've got Moore, he wants to get more hits. You've got Tag, we'll call him Tag just for the sake of the example, but Davis down in the 3-hole, Byram Hott.
Yeah, these guys, especially Byram Hott, living up to his name this season.
Exactly. Rose walked, scored on the 2-run home run by Davis back in the first. Another check to first. Lucas Moore, an incredible threat on the base paths. There's 3 stolen bases shy of 100 in his career. I think I'm a numbers guy. I was going back and looking for a number to quantify how often Lucas Moore runs. 30% of the time that he gets on base, he's attempting a stolen base.
That is absurd confidence from Lucas Moore, and you see the pickoff attempts from Canuck, and Lucas Moore, oh, you'd think he'd get to second on that, but he stays at first.
Gerald doing a nice job of keeping that one close.
Yeah, it skips away, and Lucas Moore just hesitates. Got to get a better secondary lead there and just get aggressive. You know, make the defense make that play. Make the throw come down to second.
A little flat-footed there. 2-0 pitch coming from Canuck. Moore staying put as Rose fouls one off down the right field line.
You know what? I get it, though. In a season where Lucas Moore hasn't been as automatic stealing bases, you don't want to take the bat out of Zion Rose's hands, especially with the offense coming out hot today for Louisville. You want to give him a chance to replicate what Lucas Moore did and get a 2-out base hit.
Another check to first. Paying attention to Moore over at first base. He'd love to find his way into scoring position. He's running here. Rose takes the pitch, the throw down. Not in time, and the ACC's leader in stolen bases with his 28th on the season.
Here we go, C. Gotta bring him home now, kid. Let's go.
This is what we just mentioned. Make Jarrell make that throw. Take off, put your head down, just slide into second base. And with Lucas Moore's speed, you know he's so confident. And he has to work hard to stay on the bag there. It was a close one. That's the dynamic of turf. You got to be careful the way you slide. You can slide over the base very easily.
Tends to be a little bit more bouncy than dirt as Rose works his second walk. And that'll bring up Tig Davis. Tied the record in his first plate appearance. Can he break it here?
That would be something.
He has 6 home runs now in his last 4 games, 5 in that 3-game series out on the West Coast against Cal. Big spot here early for Canuck. Got the first 2 outs in the inning, but a single and a walk, and now you have to face the dangerous Tig Davis with nowhere to put him.
And that's exactly where I was going, Noah. You have to pitch to Tig Davis. You don't want to put him on base and load the bases. But where do you go?
Davis earlier in this game, a towering blast to right field to tie the single season record. And we've still got a week left in April, Nick.
Yeah, that was a fitting home run for him to tie the single season record. And yeah, you mentioned how much of a path we still have to go. He could definitely get up to that 30 plus mark.
He was thinking 26 right there as he swung through it. He's been good against righties. I guess that's what you say there on a .368 batting average. He's been otherworldly against left-handers. Canuck doing a nice job of battling back. One of the best strikeout artists in the ACC. Could use one right here. 43rd pitch of the night. And Davis will see one more.
He knows he missed it. As soon as he fouled that one off, he gave his bat a little hit, and Davis is a hitter. And good hitters know when they miss their pitch, but rest assured, he's going to be hunting for his next one.
He's been seeing plenty of beach balls lately. Canuck gets him to chase and gets out of the inning without any damage. A battle brewing. The Clemson ace. This time he gets Tig Davis.
High leverage moment early in this one. Davis hesitates. Canuck is victorious. We head to the top of the 3rd.
It's been a big year in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Jason DeCaro was excellent yesterday against Duke. 7 2/3 innings. Man, the Tar Heels pitching staff has been so good. Boston College, Nick, has been one of the top stories in the league this year.
Yeah, they deserve their kudos for competing in such a tough conference. Georgia Tech as well. Mason Patel, a Stopper of the Year watch list candidate. The talent is everywhere, and especially Wes Mendez, the lefty from Florida State, filling in that starter role for Jamie Arnold, who was so lethal last year, got drafted to the MLB. And you can see here, Noah, you can make a claim that the college baseball landscape runs through the ACC.
Yeah, 8 teams projected into the field, perhaps as many as 4 number 1 seeds in their respective regionals. Still a lot of season left to be played. Talon Bell is the sophomore out of Oviedo, Florida. Stares at a first pitch strike. 9-hole hitter as he gets the start. Saw him in the midweek. He was hitting and he was pitching. A rare two-way player in college baseball. That's something Eric Bakich has talked a lot about in recent years, is wanting to have more two-way players as rosters were tightened a little bit moving forward. So a player like Bell, a little bit of a cheat code. 1-1, just off the corner. They check to third on the swing. No swing, says tonight's third base umpire, David Arrieta.
Well, you know who else is a two-way guy for Louisville? It's Tank Davis.
Fair.
He can lead the nation or tie the nation lead in home runs, and he can also get out there and get you a 1-2-3 inning.
Has been used lightly in that pitching role this year, but having those types of players on your roster certainly gives these coaches a few more levers to pull in big series like this. 2-2, that's a strike. Daniel Levitch has retired 5 straight Clemson batters as his second strikeout to begin the third.
Well, the key term we used was settle in. And after that first inning, Daniel Levitch has done exactly that. Freezes Bell there, leaving him wondering what he can do next time.
He's settled in. Now all he needs is a beverage out there on the mound, right?
I'm sure he wouldn't mind it.
Back to the top of the lineup here, Nate Savoy, who grounded out to third in his first plate appearance.
Attaboy! That was a great pitch, Wyatt!
Savoy playing a huge role this year for Clemson after transferring over from Loyola Marymount out in California. He's been a big offseason ad for a program that had to retool a little bit in the offseason. You lose a guy like Cam Canarella in center field, who's now an MLB draft pick of the Marlins. Chufo over at short. Dominic Listy was so good in left field. Josh Pano. Savoy's filled in admirably.
His 2025 West Coast Conference Freshman of the Year. First team all WCC. Fitting right into this ACC conference where performance is demanded, Noah.
2-1, called a strike there to Savoy, who also brings a little California cool to Clemson, South Carolina. Clemson with some great players over the years. Spencer Strider working his way back for the Braves. They could really use him. That one tattooed, center field, and it will go. Savoy hits his 14th, and Clemson has their second solo dinger of the night. You hang it, and this Clemson offense is going to get to it, Nick.
And just talking about what he was doing at Loyola Marymount last season, he batted .300 with 20 homers, but this season for Clemson, he's bringing some of that offense with him. And he ties this one up, taking exception to Louisville's first inning. That crack of the bat. Getting that one back, sending it over the left center wall, and we're tied up.
Yes!
That'll bring up Tristan McClatty. Shows bunt, pulls back, pitch was called a strike. Had a thought when I showed up to Jim Patterson Stadium and the flags were blowing out to left field that we might see a few bombs. Did I expect to see 3 in these early innings? Probably not.
Pleasant surprise, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Love a good slugfest on a Friday night as McClatty grounds to second. Nice bounce back for Daniel Levitch. Clemson's hit 2 home runs in this game. Their first was from Luke Gaffney, who steps to the plate. Gaffney hit his 7th of the year off of Wyatt Danielewicz back in the first.
Yeah,
Gaffney with that home run, now a 9-game hitting streak, longest of the year for the redshirt junior out of Danville, Kentucky. Grew up about an hour and a half east of Louisville, and Danville was a first-team All-Stater at Boyle County High School. If you're not familiar with the state of Kentucky, I moved here from South Carolina earlier this year, and I had to quickly get caught up on all of the counties. And fortunately, they make the naming of the high schools pretty easy. They generally just name it after the county, Boyle County High School.
That they do.
There's the 3-0 to the Kentucky native. It's called a strike. "120 counties here in the Bluegrass State. It's a big number. 3-1 in the dirt. And it will be a 2-out walk. Daniel Levitch was cruising. Savoy welcomed him with a home run, and now he's given up his second walk of the evening.
Clemson has 2 hits, both home runs. For Louisville, they've been getting their runs by stringing together offense. So for Daniel Levitch, if he can limit those free passes and just not give up home run pitches, he can really limit this Tigers offense.
A check to first as Gaffney slides back in safely. Not known as a big running threat, has not attempted a stolen base this year, but the rules allow it, so you check to first.
Yeah, why not? Just a guy who never steals may not be thinking you're coming over to first, so you might catch him snoozing over there.
Pitch comes to the plate, this one in the dirt. And you want to know the secret? Sometimes the pitchers just throw over there because they didn't like the pitch that they were told on the pitch comm.
There you go. Get away from it, reapproach.
Little inside baseball right there. It's an easy way to reset that pitch clock.
Delays the batter a little bit too, especially with 2 strikes. You throw over once or twice, that batter is highly anticipating that 2-strike pitch.
1-0, put in play. Long run for Elam here, near the line, and makes the catch for out number 3. Jim Patterson Stadium has been a bandbox early on tonight. First, it was Gaffney. Then it was Ted Davis. Tied the program record with that big fly. And now here in the third, Nate Savoy ties this game at 2. Let's head to the bottom of the third here in Louisville. Friday afternoon, we'll have football previews of all 17 ACC teams for the first day. 3 the next, 5 on Friday, and with each day starting at 2 Eastern. If it's football, we have you covered right here on the ACC Network and the ESPN app. A 2-2 ball game here at Jim Patterson Stadium. Plenty of fireworks here in the opening game of this series. I touched on it in the open. You expected to see some excitement with these 2 teams getting together this weekend.
Yeah, they're playing with a sense of urgency, and we explained where that urgency is coming from, right? Two programs that are familiar with the postseason that right now, as it stands, might be looking at, not making it. So for Clemson, you got to bolster that resume, and for Louisville, you got to start claiming some ACC weekends.
He's Nick Zanetti. I'm Noah Frary. First of 3 games this weekend. Both teams needing to take a positive step forward. That's a good start for Byram Hott. And for the first time in this game, Louisville will have a leadoff base runner.
Well, considering Louisville hasn't been able to get the leadoff runner aboard, they're still got 2 runs to their name. They could take this and run with it now, as Byram Hott, one of the best hitters for Louisville this season. He's just been so consistent. Coming into true form in his senior season. Sets up Jimmy Nugent.
Nugent getting the start at designated hitter today. He is the primary catcher for this Louisville side. Expect to see him behind the dish a couple of times this weekend.
Let's go.
Nugent transferring over from Lincoln Trail College, junior college, after 2 seasons. It's been a really nice addition to this Louisville lineup. 0-1, hit hard, but on a line right into the waiting mitt of Savoy in left. First down of the inning.
All right, Benny, let's go.
No, I would guess the expected batting average on that ball, close to maybe 700-800. That probably gets down most times, but Nugent right there, a victim of the scouting report. And Savoy placed perfectly, a big first out for Clemson.
You're speaking my love language right there, getting into some advanced analytics, expected batting average.
Absolutely love it.
What's the abbreviation for that? Isn't that the lower X and then the BA?
X,
or?
yeah, low X, capital BA. All expected stats, low X and then the stat. Expected slugging.
Nick, you know what my favorite movie is?
What?
Moneyball.
Give me some. Couldn't agree more.
Give me some Brad Pitt.
Some Jonah Hill.
Doesn't get much better than that. I don't know, can I caveat that? Because I think that's my favorite sports movie, but I saw the second Top Gun in the theaters and nothing's beat it.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Miles Teller, really good cast.
Did you hear there's a third coming?
Is there?
There is.
Wow, I'll be there.
That wasn't even an April Fool's joke. This one hit, and it will be a double play as Byram Hott gets picked off by Batman. No, that was Tristan McClatty with the inning-ending double play. Hit hard to McClatty, and Nick, he knew what to do.
Yeah, Clemson will sure take this. McClatty doesn't make it too fancy. Catches, throws it over to first, and Clemson's out of there.
Anticipated rain starting to pour down here at Jim Patterson Stadium. First pitch of this game was delayed about 20 minutes. We did not see any rain during that period, but it is really starting to come down. Fans making their way to the covered area under the stands.
I always respect the ones who have the ponchos, and they just sit out there and take it. They're there for the duration of this game, no matter what.
Hey, you paid for the tickets, might as well get your best use out of them.
Right.
My wife would tell you, though, I'd be the first to come to a game like this and forget my raincoat.
You always got to check the weather ahead of a game. What are we dealing with? What do we got today? Saw the weather pop there, courtesy of AccuWeather.
This is where the turf field here at Jim Patterson Stadium gives you a better chance to play through this rain. Certainly something to keep an eye on, can affect the hitters. Here's Jack Crichton leading off the fourth. Hits one hard. Eric Bakich, Clemson head coach, has to tiptoe out of the way.
He wasn't trying to go down and field that one.
No, that was hit way too hard.
Yeah. Could have barehanded it maybe.
I don't know, though. We saw him out there working with people during batting practice today. I still think he could probably have fielded that one. As Daniel Levitch, perhaps dealing with the rain, fires that one to the backstop. Down Broadway. Full count. Rain starting to get harder. Payoff pitch. He's fouled off into the netting. Actually being told that Nick Schnabel is over at third base in that coach's box. Three-two, fouled off. Both pitchers have given up some damage early in this game. Connaught gave up the two-run bomb to Davis. Daniel Levitch, home runs to Gaffney and Savoy through the game's first 3 innings. Hit to right. Long run for Slanker. Works underneath it for the first out in the inning. On Saturday, we have a couple of softball game 2s in both of these 3-game series. Number 16, Virginia Tech hosts North Carolina at Tech Softball Park in Blacksburg at 3 Eastern. Then 13th ranked Florida State squares off against Georgia Tech at Rush Chandler Stadium. The doubleheader is right here on the ACC Network and the ESPN app. Not sure where that pitch missed, but a ball for Daniel Levitch. Stared in a little bit longer right there.
And I like where he's going. He's trying to run Fultz Jr. inside, not give him much opportunity to extend his arms. Every good hitter's favorite thing to do is get those arms fully extended and drive the baseball.
That's a swing on the breaking ball. Jason Fultz Jr., the talented freshman out of Pennsylvania, first season with this Clemson program. He's done a really nice job over at third base. 1-1, cue shot off the end of the bat. Daniel Levitch, shovel pass to first. 2 outs in the frame. You know you just have to get it in the vicinity of Teg Davis, who's one of the best fielding first basemen in the game.
Yeah, you take a look at Wyatt Danilevich's footwork right here in order to make this play happen. It's an awkward play. There's a little bit of trouble here, but he's able to scoop it up, stays calm. He knows that there's a race to the bag. And a heads-up play by Teg Davis to stretch it out, make sure he's getting that out. All first basemen do it. Teg Davis does it extremely well.
That's where Daniel Levitch probably wishing he was a right-hander. That's a much easier play coming off the mound. I don't know, though. Left-handers tend to make a lot more money at the next level, right?
It's true. Good
You're a Tigers fan. Tarek Skubal, one of the best in the game.
Yep. Been a joy to watch for the English D. Hey, McGonigal. Got to highlight him as well.
Yeah.
It's been super fun to watch.
Sale, another great left-hander for the Atlanta Braves. Kind of a career renaissance this year. FGCU grad. Here's the 1-1. Passed through by Tyler Lichtenberger.
And what's not to love about a veteran like Chris Sale, who's tapping into kind of a second gear of his career, like you just said?
Daniel Levitch eyeing another K. Misses in the dirt. Kind of like Tom Cruise.
It's true.
Yeah! 2-2 is passed through. And Daniel Levitch with his second 1-2-3 inning. Both pitchers settling in. 2-2 as we head to the bottom of the fourth.
Market games live or on demand, plus all your favorite sports on ESPN. We need to tell the people, Carl.
We're doing it right now.
ESPN is now the home of MLB.tv. All out-of-market games live or on demand, all in one place.
2-2 on a soggy night here in the largest city in the state of Kentucky. Dan McDonald all smiles. His team sees this game tied at 2 apiece. Tate Davis got some history out of the way back in inning number 1, a towering 2-run home run to right field to tie the Louisville single season record for home runs. He's 25 now on the year. Could see him in this inning, but Louisville would have to get a few on base as Aiden Canucks 0-2 gets through the wickets of Gerald behind the plate.
And outside of that Tate Davis home run in the first, Louisville has 4 base hits, double the amount of Clemson, which, by the way, Clemson's 2 base hits, if you're just joining us, are their 2 home runs, which is how we got to a 2-2 score. But Louisville has to start finding the offense again, getting runners on base and bringing them around to score.
1-2 off the plate once again. Both pitchers, rocky starts to this game, but they've both settled in. Each have given up 2 earned runs. Check swing to first. No, says tonight's first base umpire, Jose Matamoros.
Between these 2 starters, that's about as balanced as it gets. And it makes you kind of think, you know, tie game, balanced pitching lines is the full count to Elam.
And that's a strike on the corner. Elam down looking as Canuck records strikeout number 3.
And right here, all I think it is Elam just gets caught guessing. It's a fastball right down Broadway on a full count. You're thinking swing there. The only thing that can get you tripped up there is just guessing that it might be a changeup or a breaking ball.
Rain starting to come down even harder here at JPS.
Going back to this duel between these starting pitchers, Canuck and Danilevich, they both settled in very nicely. And it's about as even as it could be right now. Still feels like a 0-0 game as we progress into the middle innings.
Swinging at the 0-1 was George Baker. Into left for Savoy. And Canuck has 2 quick outs here in the 4th. And Nick, that's what you expect out of your Friday night starter in college baseball. That's pretty much your ace, and that's what Canuck and Danilevich have been for their respective teams this year, although Clemson has had Michael Sharman, who we'll also see in this series. He's been fantastic going on Saturdays.
Yeah, he has a sub-1 whip. He is super, super dynamic, just a really comfortable pitcher. He's got no, you know, ticks about him, no speed hiccups. He's just so in control. His pace is beautiful. You'll see it tomorrow. There's nothing to that kid that screams uncontrolled.
Another check to third and no swing. A 2-0 count now to Alex Alicea. Alicea been dealing with a lower back issue, has been very quiet over the last 13 games that he's played in. Dan McDonald told us before this game, when he's going right, it's like having a second leadoff hitter in the lineup. 3-1.
And when you can stick a guy like Alicea in the 9-hole, you know, the table setter, that kind of title, you think about the leadoff hitter who sets up the inning for 2, 3, 4, and 5. Well, you put a table setter at the 9 spot, and right there he's getting on base.
A single here, thinking about a double. Some heads-up base running. And Alicea using that prolific speed as Louisville gets a runner into scoring position here with 2 outs.
Alex Alicea guiding my thought exactly. The table setter in the 9 spot gets on base. Not only does he get on base, but he finds a pitch he likes and he gets super aggressive. This is what Alex Alicea does, right? He's reading the defense the whole time he's running. And right here, even earlier than that, he's deciding that he can get to second base, and it's what we were talking about earlier with Lucas Moore. Make the defense make a play. Make them come up and fire. Make them have pinpoint accuracy, and that's a phenomenal throw. But Alex Alicea, a speed demon, and with the wet turf, he slides right into second base. Safe and sound, and now the table is set for the top of the lineup.
Clavon a little bit slow getting to that ball, and Alicea takes advantage. Rain really coming down here at Jim Patterson Stadium.
Pouring.
This is one of those days I'm glad to be inside the broadcast booth.
I can't disagree with you.
1-0 in there for a strike.
All right, Lucas, let's go.
Some ice cream hanging out underneath the table right there.
However you got to get it done, right?
It's a heck of a way to spend a night at the ballpark. And you wonder how much longer the umpires are going to let us continue this game.
You got to start imagining how difficult it might be for the players to start tracking the baseball. Batters holding onto their bats, pitchers holding onto their grips. And for outfielders tracking the ball, it can be very difficult when the elements are playing against you like this.
2-1 pitch is a strike. 70th pitch of the night there for Canuck. You get the sense probably trying to get through this inning. As the rain has really picked up, and those who had stuck in the stands starting to scurry for cover. Ground ball to second. McClatty has it. The throw airballed into the dugout, and that will give Louisville the lead. And the elements hurting Clemson as McClatty had a critical error. McClatty with a big error. This looked like a routine play, but the weather certainly didn't help.
A routine play indeed, just gets away from McClatty. Louisville takes full advantage, and when you got to battle the elements like this, Noah, anything can happen, and they're pulling the teams off the field.
They were trying to get through that inning, but Mother Nature certainly had other ideas. The rain coming down here at Jim Patterson Stadium, and we are officially in a weather delay. Louisville has the lead, bottom of the fourth. Stick with us. Well, it will officially be a 19-minute weather delay here at Jim Patterson Stadium as we return to action. Bottom of the fourth inning. 2 outs, runner on first. Louisville scoring right before the rain delay on an error by Tristan McClatty. Zion Rose, who's had his helmet and his batting gloves on for like 10 minutes, swings at the first pitch and fouls it off.
Yeah, he couldn't wait to hit. He was not excited that they went to delay. He was like, wait, I'm about to hit.
Alongside Nick Zanetti, I'm Noah Frary. First of 3 this weekend between Clemson and Louisville. Runner goes, the throw on the bag, the tag is not in time. Never saw the safe signal there, but they are going to give a stolen base to Lucas Moore.
Looks like McClatty may have just had some trouble reeling this one in. Real time, it looked like he got the tag, and you can see the ball come out right there at the end. You'll see here from this angle a little better. Goes to apply the tag and knocks the ball loose, and now Zion Rose can give the Cardinals some insurance with a base hit.
Right where you want him. Right where you want him. Let's go. I see. Praise the Lord, brother. Praise the Lord. Go ahead, Z. Go ahead.
Grounded to short. Lichtenberger gloves it. He will not have a play at first. That'll be an infield single for Zion Rose, and runners on the corners now after the weather delay.
However, you got to get it done with 2 outs. Zion Rose puts it in play, and he just starts busting his tail down the foul line to first base. No play for Lichtenberger, and Louisville's got ducks on the pond.
Runners on the corner, and Zion Rose, a threat to run, already has a stolen base in this game. He's going here, and Davis ropes one through the right side. That'll plate another as Rose goes first to third, and Louisville's come out swinging some hot bats after the weather delay.
You gotta love how creative Louisville's getting here with 2 outs. The first to third action, the base hit from Tage Davis, all with 2 outs. Louisville not going away easily. Saying, hey, we might have had to wait out a weather delay, but the offense delay not here for Louisville. They are on it.
First pitch misses there. And that'll be a warning there for Canuck. And Byram Hott, you have to make eye contact before the clock hits 8. Canuck working out of the stretch with runners on the corners, pinpoints the corner. Up and down night so far for Aiden Canuck. Coming off of a 6 earned run outing in which he took the loss against Virginia in Game 1 on Thursday night last week up in Charlottesville. Trying to keep this game within striking distance. And that pitch misses low to Byram Hott, who's been on base both times tonight. Hit by a pitch in the first, singled in the third.
Find a way, kid. You got this. It's all yours, brother. It's all yours.
Sharply hit to short. Lichtenberger gloves it, and McClatty bobbles it again. He's having a nightmare of an inning. Clemson's defense hurting them here in the 4th.
Just not going Clemson's way here in this 4th inning. Just need 1 more out. The throw is left low. McClatty can't do anything with it. And you got to think for Clemson, you know, this is an inning that they could have got out of long ago, before the delay even started, Noah. And we talked about at the start of this inning, which was a while ago, given the rain delay, Louisville needed to start finding their offense again. They had 2 in the first, went quiet in second and third inning, a 3 spot here in the 4th.
And that error allowed Zion Rose to score from third. Louisville's put 3 on the board. 2 errors from McClatty, 1 before the weather delay. Failed to make a tag on what would have probably been a caught stealing a few moments ago. And then dropped one right there.
Let's go, Jimmy!
Aiden Canucks made some good pitches in this inning. His defense has not helped him. Here's the 1-0. Off the corner and inside.
Hell of a job, Jimmy. Hell of a job, Jimmy. And he's right behind you, kid. Let's go.
Canuck, when he is on, is one of the best pitchers in the ACC. Has not been up to his usual self this season, pitching to an ERA north of 6 in ACC play. Pulls the string there.
That's the rip. Exactly what you want to do, kid.
Jimmy Nugent, 1 for 2 tonight. Gets the start at designated hitter. That single back in the first inning gives him a 5-game hitting streak. And Nicky fouled that one off the leg, even had the guard. Somehow those baseballs always find skin.
They always find the way around the guard. Talked about that a little bit earlier this year on a different broadcast. It's just they wear the guard, ball always finds a way to go around it.
Here we go, Jimmy!
Chance for Canuck to get out of the inning. Louisville's plated 3 here in the 4th and gets the strikeouts. Jarrell applies the tag. But Louisville strikes. 1 before the weather delay, 2 more after. We'll catch you up on all the action when we come back. A consequential ACC series. Both teams fight for their postseason hopes. Clemson got on the board first. An early home run by Luke Gaffney, but then Tig Davis, he was chasing history tonight. He ties the single season program record, his 25th there in the first. Then in the second, it was Nate Savoy who got in on the party. 3rd home run in as many innings for these 2 teams. Then the weather struck right before the weather delay. Tristan McClatty on what should have been an easy throw to first, air mails it. Alisea comes in to score. Louisville would add 2 more post-weather delay to lead this game 5-2, and it was McClatty with another costly error. Canuck with some good pitches in that 4th, but it was Louisville who scores 3. They lead this game 5-2 as we head to the top of the 5th inning at Jim Patterson Stadium, and a game that if you were Louisville, you felt like coming in, Nick, was, dare I say it, a must-win.
Yeah, I don't think you're far off saying that. I think this is a game that Louisville needs to win, as that one shot out to left field. Zion Rose is going to make the grab. But to your point, Noah, this whole series and really the rest of the ACC weekends that Louisville has, they got to take at least 2 out of 3. I mean, sweeping would be ideal, but taking 2 out of 3, this is what they need right here. You see the RPI number. A little bit alarming for what Louisville is known for. Their strength of schedule as well. The projections right now, both of these teams out. Hungry to get to that postseason. They're both familiar with it, both these coaches.
First pitch for Wyatt Danielewicz is a strike. He threw his last pitch in this game at 7:19. was 37 minutes ago. And Nick, you wondered how he would look. He's come out, thrown a couple of nice pitches here. It's got to be challenging as a pitcher. You're sitting there, you're waiting to then come back and not only locate your stuff, but also to get back into the game mentally.
Yeah, it's a balance because, you know, if it's not a weather delay, sometimes it's your team just teeing off, right? They might bat around, and you're thinking, oh, this is great. You know, my team's getting me a lot of runs, some run support, a cushion to work with, but in the back of every pitcher's mind, they're just, I want to get back out there. I want to get back on the bump. I want to go right back into my rhythm. Danilevich, though, does not look like a pitcher who missed any seconds on the mound.
He's given up a couple of solo home runs in this game, but has done a nice job lately. He's retired 6 of the last 7 batters that he's faced. A welcome sign for Dan McDonnell, who really needed a strong showing from his ace tonight in the series opener. 2-2. Great frame job from Baker. And Danilevich has a strikeout.
The relationship between these two so strong. There's a reason why Baker catches Danilevich, knows where he likes to work with that breaking ball. Little bit low there, just a tad, but George Baker, that's what he brings from behind the dish. He can frame it up. Again, understands Danilevich's locations, and his 4th punch out of the day.
You know what's interesting, Nick, is that's a real change that we have seen in baseball. You used to see the catchers up in that crouch position. Now oftentimes you see them down on one knee. They're taught to bring that glove to the baseball at the bottom of the zone, and that's how you steal a pitch like that, that I do agree was probably a little bit low, but to the home plate umpire it looked like a strike.
Yeah, you don't want to catch the ball outside of the strike zone and then jerk it up to the strike zone. You want to work the ball up to the strike zone and try to catch it when you're working as a catcher back towards the strike. So the art of framing is very, very extensive, and the best catchers make it look so, so easy.
It really is an art form and something that a lot of MLB teams look at. This is a Louisville program that's known to turn out high-level catchers. You think of Will Smith, the current catcher for the LA Dodgers, Henry Davis, I can go down the list.
Absolutely, you can. There's so many good catchers that have come out of Louisville, and you see why. You see the way they develop them and the way Baker is working behind the plate.
2-1 fouled back. So much talent has come through this Louisville program that's been one of the best programs in the nation under Dan McDonnell. 6 trips to Omaha. Smith, Davis, Dalton Rushing, how could I forget him? A couple World Series championship rings for Louisville alums as Savoy picks up a single through the left side. Clemson has a base runner now with 2 outs.
He's been a tough out tonight for Louisville. They were able to get him out in the 1st inning, but came back up in the 3rd inning. Shot a home run over the fence, and now a 2-out single, trying to will his team back in it. It's not insurmountable by any means for Clemson. In the 5th inning, you're going to start inching your way to those late innings, and you got to find some offense.
So with 2 outs, that'll bring up Tristan McClatty, and if you want a chance to atone for some mistakes, the opportunity right in front of you.
And that first one, the steal from Lucas Moore, probably wants that one back. The throw, a little bit errant from his shortstop.
But I think with all due respect, that would be a ball that McClatty, Nick, would tell you that he should have caught.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's not going to make any excuses about the weather or what's going on around him. The accountability of these players, these coaches, they talk about it all the time. On the Louisville side, Dan McDonnell says own it, has been the mantra this season. Davis has to keep that one in play there, as Savoy could have moved up to 2nd if that got away.
If you're wondering why McClatty wearing that face guard, it was because he sustained a facial injury against North Carolina a couple weeks back that kept him out for 4 games, came back on April 14th against Charlotte, but you add that extra protection. Does it look cool? Probably not, but it's better than getting another fastball to the face.
Yeah, you got to be cautious. You have to err on the side of caution, especially with injuries like that run up near the facial area. It's not a risk that you want to take, and as soon as you think that well, what are the chances it happens again? You know, it's going to happen right then and there, so better safe than sorry.
This is a Clemson team that has dealt with injuries throughout the year, hoping to get Jaron Purify back perhaps this weekend. Colin Priest, a preseason All-ACCer, has not played this year. And that can be so challenging as a coach. The same can be said for Louisville. You go into a year, you have your perfect formula, but then injuries creep up, inconsistency, and suddenly you're having to rework things on the fly.
Yeah, and it's the reason why coaches are always in front of the drawing board. They never go away from it. Even when things are all good and comfortable in the batting order, everyone's healthy, but when they're not, that's when you're forced to stay in the lab, work through your batting order, try to plug guys in at good spots. Purify. And much like Zion Rose, just probably itching to get out there, doing everything he can from the dugout. Zion Rose told us earlier this year, he's just trying to stay present in the moment. And you got to imagine Purify's doing the same thing.
He would be so big to get back. He'd been the leadoff hitter for much of the year. I think we had a chance to talk to Don Munson, the voice of the Tigers, prior to this game, and he brought up a stat that with Purify in the lineup, Clemson scores 3 more runs per game. Certainly he is a huge part of this offense that Eric Bakich would love to get back, and hopefully this weekend.
Yeah, and you saw the numbers on that graphic. His trajectory over his career, it's just ticking up and up and up. Every stat is going up. And when that's happening, a player is getting more and more mature. You want him to be out there as much as possible.
That one's ripped into the gap in left. McClatty atones. It goes all the way to the wall. They're sending Savoy home. He will score as Tristan McClatty delivers a 2-out double, and Clemson is cut into this Louisville lead.
How about the fight of Clemson here in this 5th inning? First 2 batters make outs. Top of the lineup comes up, and they manufacture a huge 2-out run. This one smoked into the left center gap. And you see right there, Zion Rose turns and fakes a throw. It looks like maybe he's trying to get the runners to halt on the base paths, maybe trying to freak them out a little bit. Savoy doesn't even see it. Head down, rounding third. Clemson pulls to within 2, and I mean, that is a huge run for Clemson, Noah. With 2 outs in the 5th inning, they make it a 2-run ball game, capitalizing on their opportunity.
And if you're Rose out there, haven't played a ton in left field this year due to the injury. You've seen him a lot at designated hitter, maybe trying to do a little bit too much there. If you come up with that ball cleanly, you get it into the infield, you probably have runners on second and third with 2 outs instead of second and a run in.
Yeah, you at least have a chance to have a relay, maybe a play at the plate if Savoy decides to get aggressive and still make the round at third. But Louisville now still ahead by 2. Albeit a base hit would make this a 1-run ball game. Danilevich has to find a way to get out of it.
Get the sense that Luke Gaffney already with a home run in this game, thinking much more than a base knock. First pitch in the dirt. George Baker with another nice play behind the plate. Gaffney hit the solo home run off of Wyatt Danilevich back in inning number 1. Clemson has 2 solo home runs in this game. Trying to tie things up here in the 5th. Rain starting to come down slightly again. Check back to second. And we've talked about it a couple of times. Let's flash back. Luke Gaffney with a tank job early on in this game.
Yeah, started it off, set the tone for Clemson, and went right after Danilevich. Didn't waste any time at all, driving that ball over the left center wall. Right over the College World Series years for Louisville. Thinking about getting back there himself with Clemson.
Grounded through the left side. McClatty got a good jump. There's going to be a play at the plate. Rose, the throw home. It gets away. McClatty slides in safely. Clemson with back-to-back RBI hits with 2 outs, and they're back within 1.
This is about as ideal as your offense can look for Clemson out of a rain delay. Not skipping any beats, finding a gap between third and short. Either Hot or Alisea can make a play on it, and a great throw by Rose. But the speed of McClatty, great slide, getting that left arm in there. The ball gets away from Baker. And Clemson taking exception with 2 outs. trying to make this a ball game.
And that's probably a play right there where 2 outs in the inning probably benefited Clemson because McClatty was off on contact. Able to just get in there despite the drop behind the plate by Baker.
Definitely. No questions asked. Crack of the bat on 2 outs. You are moving.
Guarantee you he wanted to score that and atone for some of the mistakes in the last half inning.
I couldn't agree more.
Jacob Jarrell's at the plate. Swinging at the 0-1, behind in the count 0-2. 0 for 1 tonight. Have a walk back in inning number 1. Jarrell's been a mainstay in this lineup, making his 150th start in a Clemson jersey this evening. 0-2. Outside, Baker gonna have to readjust that mask.
Show 'em what you got, kid. Let's go, Lions. Let's go.
A big spot in a consequential opening game of this series. Clemson scored 2 here in the 5th off of Daniel Levitch. And Daniel Levitch will slam the door. Clemson with a pair of 2-out hits. They're back within 1. A good ball game brewing here in Louisville.
Doesn't get a lot bigger than this.
Run straight for the breakaway.
Who will emerge? We'll see.
Oh, the action is gonna be good in Charlotte, North Carolina. Truist Field, one of the great ballparks, skyline of Charlotte. And there are gonna be so many teams vying for the ACC title. Georgia Tech's been fantastic. North Carolina, one of the hottest teams in the country. Florida State, Boston College, a great story. Louisville and Clemson are gonna be there, but they need to get going in a hurry if they want to make some noise, not only in the ACC tournament, but perhaps to get back to the NCAA tournament where both of these programs have lived in recent memory.
Yeah, it's a familiar place for both of these teams. They know what it takes to get there, and they know what it takes to get to the next level after they get to the postseason, regional, super regional, and so on and so forth.
Well, Aiden Canucks' night is done. Clemson going to their pen for the first time in this game, and they will turn to Deion Brown, the sophomore out of York, South Carolina, who's been known as a multi-inning guy, and if you're thinking alongside Eric Bakich, that's probably what you want to see from him tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to see him come in and give you some real clean innings, some shutdown work. Your team has willed its way back to within 1 if you're Clemson, so now if you're Brown, got to find a way to keep Louisville quiet. They want to replicate that 4th inning. Rely on yourself to not let it happen.
And the most important thing for a pitcher in this spot is to go out there and throw up a 0. And that was something that Wyatt Daniel Levitch wasn't able to do after his team gave him 3 in the 4th. Clemson got 2 of their own in the 5th. Now we'll see if Deion Brown can do it.
Yeah, and Clemson's just, it's an interesting night for them offensively. 1 in the 1st, 0 in the 2nd. 1 in the 3rd, 0 in the 4th. They get 2 in the 5th. They're just hanging around, throwing those jabs we keep talking about. Louisville's been absorbing them well, but they're going to have to throw some jabs back.
And my apologies, it is Deion Brown, not Zion. We have one of those on the Louisville side.
We do.
Not doing us broadcasters any favors tonight. But no one wants to hear that. Here's the 0-2. Grounded to first. kept in front by Luke Gaffney, sticks with it and steps on the bag for out number 1.
Good job by Gaffney, knocking that ball down. It's an awkward play. He doesn't back up on it or get afraid of it. He throws his body at it and is able to step on first. And after the inning that Clemson had, you know it's a breath of fresh air to see that first out of the inning.
For Gaffney, that play made a little bit harder. There's been consistent rain all night. Ball can skip a little bit more off of this turf that makes up the playing surface here at Jim Patterson Stadium. Only the mound is actually dirt here at this beautiful ballpark. Katie Elam at the plate. 2-0 now. Now if you're Elam, you're in a great hitter's count against Brown.
And I really like what I've seen from Elam this season. Started off a little bit slow at the top of the lineup. He was part of that experiment when Zion Rose was missing time. And he really couldn't find his rhythm. Dan McDonald talked about scooting him down a couple of slots in the lineup. And when that happened, Cade Elam absolutely blossomed. He started hitting the ball. He looked very comfortable. And he's the kind of guy, you know, you think about Tage Davis's freshman season and how excited you were to see him get to his sophomore season. You got to imagine a lot of Louisville faithful are thinking the same thing about Cade Elam. What's this kid going to look like next season? Maybe the year after that. A long career ahead for this young kid.
Came in a highly touted prospect. Here's the young Elam. 2-2. Passes through it. And Deion Brown has retired the first 2 Cards batters he's faced here in the 5th.
I love it from Brown. Great decision, great placement. Elam really can't do anything with it. Trying to protect the plate, but just a great breaking ball from Brown. He's doing exactly what he was called on to do.
It's showtime. Switching back to Georgia. It just feels more comfortable.
First pitch swinging, hit hard right field. McClatty can't make the catch. And George Baker will be on first for the first time tonight. Clemson had 3 hits with 2 outs in the top of this inning. Louisville trying to continue the trend here in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, there's been some great 2-out offense from both of these teams tonight. George Baker keeping it going. And now you bring Alisea up. We talked a lot about the dynamic of him at the 9 spot. In the mind of Clemson, it's almost like they're dealing with a leadoff hitter, but if Alisea gets on base, then you have to deal with the top of the Louisville lineup.
2 teams, they combined 9 for 19 in 2-out situations. I think that's a .473 batting average, and before you get impressed, I pulled out my calculator.
Right here, Alex. Let one bounce around in the corner for a while, kid. Let's
Nearing my bedtime, so you can't do math without a calculator at this point. Here's the 1-0. It's cut through by Alex Alisea. Got a big double back in the 4th. That also came with 2 outs, would come around to score on the E4 by McClatty. Deion Brown trying to throw up a 0. Breaking ball misses. Brown with an ERA just north of 4 during ACC play this year. Big strikeout numbers for the sophomore out of York, South Carolina. Here's the 2-1. And we'll have a chance for a second strikeout of the inning right here. Brown trying to slam the door in the 5th. 2-2. Right down Whiskey Row. That takes us to the 6th. Louisville leading 5-4. Clemson went to the bullpen for the first time in the bottom of the 5th inning, and now Dan McDonald pulls the first lever of this game for Louisville. Daniel Levich's night is done. Brandon Shannon, who's been a go-to reliever for Louisville, comes in a 1-run game.
And this is a guy who reminds me a lot of Ethan Eberle last season, right? Freshman who was trying to find his footing. He started to find it a little bit, but then down the stretch of the season, he really started to lock in and ramp up and take that step, and that's exactly what we've been seeing out of Brandon Shannon. A tall freshman, right-handed, can pump 90, mid-90s, high 90s. There's a lot to be excited about with number 7 out there.
So Brandon Shannon on in relief of Wyatt Daniel Levich. He will face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the Clemson lineup. 1-run game as we work in the 6th on a rain-soaked night. Wyatt Daniel Levich doing a really nice job of keeping Louisville in this game. Came in and did what a Friday night starter needs to do. Bent a little bit in this contest, but certainly didn't break. 1-0 to the backstop. Daniel Levich's night done. 5 innings, gives up 4 earned, 5 strikeouts. Nice bounce back after giving up 5 earned runs in his last outing out in California.
Yeah, and considering the conditions of tonight, I'm sure Wyatt Daniel Levich wanted to go a little bit longer, maybe perform a little bit better. Can't ask for much more from your Friday night starter, but it's just his standard that he holds himself to.
He's given his team a chance in a year that Louisville has really struggled in the pitching department. That's not something that Cardinals fans are used to seeing. Talk about how good the offense has been this year for the Cards, but the struggles of the pitching has overshadowed that a little bit, and a big reason why right now Louisville finds themselves on the outside looking into the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, it's just been a struggle all season long. It's been an area of emphasis that they need to get control of. They have a chance to do it right here. Shannon looks like he might be holding onto the ball a little bit too hard on some of these pitches, might be trying to aim it a little too much. When you try to aim too much as a pitcher, hold the ball too much, you can lose yourself a little bit and skid pitches, kind of like Shannon just did right there.
3-2 pitch coming. Brandon Shannon's first batter he faces is Crichton, and hits the ball hard up the middle. Great approach from Jack Crichton, and Clemson will have the leadoff batter on, surprisingly for the first time in this game. Clemson right in this game, trailing by 1. Aiden Kanak doing a nice job, got off to the shaky start, giving up the towering blast to Tate Davis, the 3rd batter of this game, but settled in, gets through 4 in a 1-run game. 3 of those 5 runs were unearned. Certainly his defense did not help him out, particularly in that rain-delayed 4th inning. Breaking ball catches the corner. That's one right there as a batter. You just kind of shake your head. Like you think that's about to hit your front side, and then it catches the corner. Nasty pitch.
Yeah, and first pitch of the whole at-bat, you might even be thinking fastball. He's just going to start you off with a 97-mile-per-hour heater. Throws off your timing. Now throws over to Davis.
That's why when I'm asked who has the advantage, I kind of feel like it's always the pitcher because they know what they're about to throw.
Exactly, and they can manipulate the game in so many ways. They can throw over to first. They can mix up their pitches, excuse me. And Shannon does that really well. He's got the heater, the breaking ball, and he's comfortable using all of it.
13th appearance of the year for Brandon Shannon. He was fantastic in that Game 3 win for Louisville out in California last week. Came in relief in that game, went 5 1/3 innings, gave up just 1 earned, had 5 strikeouts to pick up his 2nd win of the year. Rain continuing to come down. These jerseys probably won't have to go through the washing machine at the end of the night.
Maybe not.
The managers like the sound of that. Shannon eyeing his first strikeout. 0-2 pitch. And Fultz unable to check his swing. He goes around according to Linus Baker, our home plate umpire, for the first out here in the 6th. So with one down in the 6th, that'll bring up Tyler Lichtenberger. He's glad to see Daniel Levitz exit this game. 0 for 2 tonight with a pair of Ks. Rain's starting to come down a little bit harder. Already had one weather delay in this game. That one into the stands. Byram Hott was trying to hide in the Clemson dugout.
Our RF got to catch Byram Hott there.
And fortunately, no one was standing in the way. We don't have any controversy for the dugout step in this game like we did against Kentucky on Tuesday night.
Glad Mark, our RF, is all right.
Shout out to all the camera guys out there tonight working in the rain. Whole ACC Network crew putting on this game tonight despite the conditions. First of 3 games this weekend here at Jim Patterson Stadium. 1-1 to Lichtenberger. Again, low. It's 2-1. And Nick, 2-1 here, 1 out. What's your approach at the plate if you're Lichtenberger?
Well, you're down by 1 run. It's the 6th inning. You know, you've done a good job of staying in this one. You got 2 in the 5th. Be patient, but also be aggressive. You have Shannon out there who's a freshman, so if he leaves you a pitch to hit, you have to punish him.
Left him a pitch to hit it hard to Davis. Looking for the unconventional double play. And the Freddie Freeman of college baseball, that's what Dan McDonald likes to call him, turns 2 to get out of the inning.
The Freddie Freeman, maybe the Scott Hatterberg. We were talking about Moneyball earlier. Take Davis can do it all. A double play, big time for Louisville to get out of an inning where Clemson trails by just 1.
Run ball game as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning at a rain-soaked Jim Patterson Stadium. An incredibly consequential game, a series here this weekend in Louisville. We've called this kind of an elimination series. Probably more so the case for Louisville. We touched on their postseason odds earlier on in this broadcast, an RPI north of 100. Really needing to get on a roll. Clemson probably has a few additional paths to the postseason. But certainly not a spot that either of these teams who have lived in the NCAA tournament are used to being in at this point of the year. 1-1 called a strike from Deion Brown out there for his 2nd full inning of work. Louisville projected out right now in the NCAA tournament. Kind of now or never, Nick.
Yeah, it's got to be right now for Louisville. And I'm going to go as specific to say this at-bat from Lucas Moore, because you have your leadoff batter up. But going back to big picture, you have some opportunities left, but you cannot mess around if you're Louisville right now.
So many close calls this year. We touched on the game where 4 outs separated Louisville from a series win over current number 2 North Carolina. They were in multiple of those games out in California this past week.
And that's what Dan McDonnell talked about. He was like, you know, it's been a struggle. It's been a grind. It's been hard, but this team does not quit, and it's going to get more difficult. You look at the RPI on the remaining schedule for Louisville. Clemson this weekend, Wake Forest on the docket, Vanderbilt in a midweek. It's going to be really difficult. Virginia down there. That's 16 in the RPI, the best team on that graphic.
You just wonder when you look at that schedule, is there enough opportunity still left?
I believe that there is, but again, Louisville just has to execute nearly flawlessly. I mean, we've been saying it. Win out, you know, maybe not win every single game, but can you take 2 out of 3 from every single ACC opponent the rest of the way? Louisville knows that they can do it. Again, last season, if you told that team they'd be in the Final Four in Omaha, they may not have believed you. But here they are again with their backs against the wall. They've been there before.
All you got to do is get hot at the right time as it's popped in shallow right field. Long run for McClatty. It drops. Talon Bell let it fall. And that's going to be a double for Zion Rose. And Louisville's going to have runners on second and third and nobody out. Clemson's defense has really hurt them tonight.
And it's been an area that has been killing them all season long, and this just creates so much trouble. It's a high arcing fly ball that's just drifting and drifting and drifting. And it's trouble in right field. It's trouble at second base. Nobody can track it down. McClatty couldn't do it. Talon couldn't do it. Lucas Moore, in a moment where he thought he was going to stay on first, has to get over to third.
Talon Bell, who's not played a lot in the field this year, pitches, but getting a start in the outfield today in right field. Just misplayed that ball. That's an outfielder's worst nightmare. You're staring up directly into the rain. It's pelting your face, and then that one drops. You can see him having a conversation right now with his center field partner, Bryce Clavon. Not been an easy day to be a fielder.
No, it has not. And you got to have some empathy for those outfielders. It has just been a tough night battling the elements, and it's going to be a warranted mound visit for Clemson as they have hung around long enough to stay in this game, Noah, but it feels like every time they get back in reach, they hand it back to Louisville via some type of error. And again, here in the 6th inning, Louisville in a great spot. Ample opportunity to break it back open.
Clemson pitching coach Jimmy Bellinger out to talk to Deion Brown, who's gotten into some trouble. Louisville fans will remember him, a former pitcher, a student assistant. Those were some good years for this Louisville side. Jimmy Bellinger now with Eric Bakich at Clemson, 4th season as the pitching coach. Played in a College World Series back at then Rosenblatt Stadium. One of the great cathedrals of college baseball was Rosenblatt Stadium.
What a story that is, right?
Take Davis was intentionally walked to load the bases for Byram Hott here. Looking for a double play. Lichtenberger has it go off his glove. Everyone's going to be safe. Louisville gets an insurance run. And a potential nightmare brewing for Clemson here in the 6th.
Just gone from bad to worse for Clemson. They just cannot seem to get a break. No matter where Louisville puts it in the field, Clemson just having a really difficult time. Some of these balls in play a little bit awkward. A high arcing fly ball that you have to battle the rain. Maybe some slippery turf there, letting that ground ball get away from Lichtenberger. And if you're Louisville now, you're salivating at this opportunity to break it open.
And they'll have Jimmy Nugent at the plate, stares at a first pitch strike. And for Deion Brown, was such a promising start to this outing. Retired 3 of the 4 batters that he faced in the 5th, able to get out of that inning with his second strikeout, but he's allowed the first 4 to reach here in the 6th. Clemson's defense really hurting them tonight. Weather has certainly played a factor, but this is a Clemson defense that's been decent this year, but tonight 4 errors, and you see the record there for them on the season. Check to first, no on the swing from Nugent as the count goes 2-1. Lichtenberger had a lot of errors earlier in the year, has been clean lately. There's 1 error in his last 17 games. Even 1 more tonight. 2-1, this is off the plate, and you've got nowhere to put Jimmy Nugent.
And this is the result of those errors. It's just so difficult to win games when you're giving the other team life, multiple outs. If you give a team 5 outs in an inning, Noah, chances are they're going to do some damage.
Dangerous pitch, ground ball, Lichtenberger, the flip to second, McClatty to first, and throws it away. Gaffney did everything he could to keep that one out of the front row, but Louisville adds another. Clemson gets an out on the play, but the bases will still be at first and third for the Cardinals.
Excellent double play opportunity for Clemson. They're able to get 1, and they'll take that as the double play opportunity still remains with runners on first and third. Run does score for Louisville, and Zion Rose, he crosses home plate to make it 7-4. And if you're Louisville, you just want to keep this thing going.
And they will do just that. That's a drive into left. It's not coming back. Ben Slanker gets the fans here at Jim Patterson's Stadium on their feet. A 3-run bomb, and Louisville has broken this game wide open.
Ben Slanker has been one of the most dangerous bats in this Louisville lineup all season. It doesn't matter where it gets put in the lineup. If you give him a pitch to hit, he is doing exactly that with it. And you could just smell it, Noah. You could smell what Louisville was cooking. And dinner is ready as Louisville now leads 10-4.
First pitch swinging there, popped up into left field, battling through the rain, and it falls. The wheels have come off for Clemson here in the 6th. And Eric Bakich is going to come out and talk to the home plate umpire saying, why are we not pausing this game? We've seen a number of Clemson fielders, first Bell in right field, now Savoy in left, have trouble with the downpour. And you can understand the frustration for Eric Bakich. We touched on the stakes of this game, and he's seeing this contest slowly slip away.
And it's just tough, right? You know, both teams have to play through the weather. And you got to feel for Clemson a little bit here. It's just gotten uglier and uglier. And Lichtenberg, I mean, that's a horrible feeling. That's just a horrible feeling.
That'll be the highest launch angle double you'll ever see.
No questions asked.
61.5 degrees, I'm being told, was the launch angle on that double. Talked about expected batting average. I bet that one was about 0, Nick. First pitch swinging here from Baker. And for Deion Brown, the wheels falling off here in the 6th. Ahead 0-2, and if you're Louisville, the good thing by breaking open this game, you don't have to use some of those high leverage weapons in a series that, if you're the Cardinals, you're eyeing a sweep this weekend.
Yeah, now you can kind of let Shannon go a little bit. He's got a 6-run lead to work with. Should you keep him out there? I don't see why you wouldn't after the inning that he put up in the 5th, or the 6th, rather. But yeah, let him go. Let your freshman get this experience against an ACC opponent in a moment where you really need it, right? Build him up. Put him in a high leverage situation. Hey, we need you right now.
And Baker, tonight's catcher, fouls that one off the inside ankle. A bit hobbled here as our home plate umpire, Linus Baker, takes the walk out to the mound to give him a chance to catch his breath. A game like this could be huge for the confidence of this Louisville program. Needing to start to rack up wins here at the end of the year. Got a big midweek victory over their in-state rival, Kentucky. What a game that was earlier this week here at Jim Patterson Stadium. 0-2, got a ground ball. McClatty has one play, goes to first for out number 2 as Cade Elam advances to third. Louisville's put up 5 so far here in this 6th inning. For 6 batters to go to the plate. Reached. A couple of costly fielding mistakes for Clemson. Brown starting off Alex Alisea with a first pitch ball. Double and a run scored tonight for the junior out of Milwaukee. And that'll hit him. And the inning will continue. And Nick, you have to wonder at what point, if you're this umpiring crew, do you say, hey, it's getting a little bit dangerous out here. We've seen a couple of fly balls dropped. We saw a pitcher there who probably lost the grip. At some point, player safety does have to become part of this conversation. Yeah, absolutely. You're right, Noah. It does have to become part of the conversation. And you saw Coach Bakich kind of come out of the dugout moments ago saying, hey, you know, are we going to keep going with this? It looks like maybe not the most feasible conditions to continue. And Alisea wears one right there. Luckily, though, he is touted as one of, if not the most toughest players on this entire Louisville squad. Ground ball, McClatty across his body, a nice play. That saves a run, but it's Louisville who puts up a crooked number. And Ben Slanker with an exclamation point, a 3-run bomb as Louisville puts up 5 here in the 6th. The Ohio transfer puts an exclamation point on a dynamic 6th inning. Louisville comfortably ahead by 6 headed to the 7th. And yes, folks, that is a waterfall that has created behind the first base dugout. Ton of rain here tonight at Jim Patterson Stadium. It's hurt both teams, both playing through it. Right now, Louisville up 10-4 in a game that they had to have. This is a series that Louisville needed to come in and make some noise. They jumped up about 10 spots in the RPI with the midweek win that we were just talking about against Kentucky. Could make another positive step forward here with a opening win against the Tigers. If you're into all the quads at this time of year, this would be a quad 2 victory as it currently stands. If Louisville can hang on and win this game, Grounded to second. Nice play from Elam. Gets to his feet for the first down of the inning as Bryce Clavon is retired.
Cade Elam, rain or shine, great second baseman. He had made a couple of errors earlier this season in recent history. But that kid, man, he shakes off every mistake. He doesn't take it with him to offense. He doesn't take mistakes on offense to defense. He's always in the moment. There's a presence to Cade Elam that not many freshmen have.
Incredibly impressive start to his Louisville career. Talon Bell's at the plate. Third plate appearance tonight, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. He had an adventure in right field back in that 6th inning that saw the Cards put 5 on the board. That one bounces and hits our home plate umpire, Linus Baker. This is one of those spots where if you're Baker, you're going to take a couple of steps towards the mound and give Linus Baker a chance to recompose himself behind the plate. Now let's get a new baseball in here while we're at it. Brandon Shannon back out there for his second full inning of work. Got the pitcher's best friend, an unconventional 3-6-3 ground ball double play to end the 6th. 1-1 from Shannon. Catches the corner. Nice frame job once again from Baker. I've really been impressed with him behind the plate tonight.
He's so great behind the plate. That's where Louisville really likes him. He's been finding it, too, on offense a little bit. He's been getting a handful of base hits where he can, but when he's behind that plate, it's lockdown.
The 1-2 put in play. Deep left field. It's gone. Talon Bell has just hit his first career home run. He bombed the opposite way to left field, and Clemson saying, we're not done yet.
Not quite. Talon Bell trying to get his team back in it. That's exactly what you need. And how about this Clemson squad after that nightmarish inning to come back to the plate? And for Bell, really hasn't had a lot of run in his collegiate career at the plate. Hits a home run the opposite way. He got a lot of it too, Noah.
That was just his 4th official plate appearance and has his first career home run. One more twist to a crazy night so far here in Louisville. Got all of that pitch. 1-0. Savoy thought it was inside, did not get the call. Having a conversation with Linus Baker. One and two now. Savoy 2 for 3 tonight. He scored in both the 3rd and the 5th. One, two. Fouled back. You know, Nick, they oftentimes talk about first impressions, and that's something Savoy did to begin the year. Was 8 for 11, 727 average in the opening weekend series against Army West Point. He's just continued that pace throughout the year. Dare I say he slowed down a little bit, but hard not to after that big of an opening weekend.
Yeah, Coach Bakich knew exactly what he was doing when he went into the portal and found Savoy. Knew he was going to fit the mold of Clemson. He wears the jersey nicely, and he fits right into the ACC talent-wise.
Hitting close to 400 in his last 10 games. He'll have a 3-2 pitch coming. Makes the transition from the West Coast to the East Coast. Still stayed in the footprint of the ACC. Sounds a little weird to say. Here's the payoff. Baker wanted it. Looked like a very similar pitch to one that we saw Savoy have a conversation with Baker with earlier in this inning. It'll be a one-out walk.
It's a good spot, little bit low for Shannon. Great discipline by Savoy to take there on a full count. And now if you're Louisville, yes, you're up by 5, but Noah, thinking about the way some of the ACC weekends have gone for them, you do not want to mess around here at all.
That's a strike on the inside corner as Tristan McClatty jackknifed out of the way. Clemson down to their final 8 outs in this game, but to your point, Nick, you get the sense that there's still a lot of time left in this game.
Hey, you think about that Pitt series earlier this season where Pittsburgh was on the cusp of dying of thirst and Louisville just kept giving them sips of water and eventually it cost them.
Oh, what
Whoa.
as the bat goes flying.
Oh my goodness.
They were getting out of the way in a hurry in the Louisville dugout. Might need some pine tar.
And like you said, Noah, at what point do the umpires decide that it's getting dangerous? That bat flew into the dugout of Louisville, where not everyone's wearing helmets. Luckily, thank goodness, nobody wore that bat, or it could have been very, very dangerous. And the rain is only pouring harder.
We are in the territory of this being an official game.
Yep.
Louisville leading after the home half of the 5th inning. Tristan McClatty getting some additional spray on that barrel. This appears to be the heaviest that the rain has been tonight. 0-2, another swing and a miss as McClatty goes down swinging. And Brandon Shannon has 2 outs now in the 7th.
Great response from Shannon after the home run and the walk. Battles right back, goes right after McClatty. And a big second out in an inning where Louisville would love to keep it to just 1 run.
Limit the damage, that's the key. As a reliever in a spot like this, working with the big edge. Check to first. Rain-soaked jerseys all the way around. Give credit to the fans who've stuck it out here at Jim Patterson Stadium. Gonna be a diehard to stay in this rain. That's outside. Oh, look at that, a little upset in the ACC. Second-ranked North Carolina going down to Duke to, I believe, even that series up at a game apiece. North Carolina won game 1 yesterday. The Thursday, Friday, Saturday series in the ACC. Clemson played in one of those last week up in Charlottesville. Look at this rain.
This is, I've never seen this, Noah. I have never seen a game play through. This is, the Louisville dugout loves it.
And I think we're going to get a stoppage right here. It really picked up over the last 30 seconds. And Linus Baker, who's been trying to stick it out all night, has finally seen enough. We're going back to our second weather delay of this game. Louisville leaning 10-5 in this contest, and the sky just let loose here at Jim Patterson Stadium.
Yeah, it's just been coming and going. Was here earlier and then took a little break where we were fortunate enough to go get a hot dog. And now we have another break here. Louisville in front 10-5.
A 5-run game, and the tarp being brought out to go onto the mound. A big weekend for both of these teams. Louisville and Clemson both playing for their future NCAA tournament hopes. And if you're Louisville, you have to be pleased with how this game has started. Were this game not to go to completion, and certainly there's still a lot of time before that call might be made, Louisville has really put themselves in a nice spot to earn a critical win.
Yeah, and they started off early with that 2 spot in the first inning, got a little quiet there in the second and third, but ever since, and especially in that 6th inning, just a mirage of offense.
Well, if you've been tuning in and out tonight, let's catch you up on the action tonight. It got started. There was no rain back in the first inning. Luke Gaffney perhaps broke the sky with that home run to left field. Then Tank Davis tags one to right field, tying the program record 25 home runs now on the season for the sophomore in the third. Savoy punishing one to left field. It gets out of Jim Patterson Stadium. That tied this game up at 2 apiece. And then Nick got crazy in the 4th and the 5th. The rain really started to have its effect on this game.
Yeah, the elements came into play really badly, and Louisville took full advantage. Clemson was making some mistakes, but the one constant, and you'll see here the mistakes from Clemson, the one constant, though, Louisville's bats never cooled off, no matter what. And they take advantage of the mistakes. Some of these balls in play, maybe not looking like they're going to be base hits or opportunities, but this has just been the story of the game. If you're just joining us, and then Ben Slanker, regardless of the weather, a towering home run. And then in the 7th inning, it was Bell trying to get his team back in it. They were only able to get that home run, and that is where we stand, 10-5.
Louisville leading by 5, and second weather delay of the night here at Jim Patterson Stadium. Right now it's the Cards over the Tigers here in Louisville, 10-5. We'll keep you updated as things progress this evening, but for now, a second weather delay of the night here in Louisville. The rain has stopped at Jim Patterson Stadium as action set to resume here in Louisville. The Cards leading this game 10-5. We will be in the top of the 7th inning when this game resumes. It will be the Clemson Tigers at the plate, 2 outs in the inning. Louisville striking for 5 back in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2 home runs, 6 RBIs. Davis and Hott have each homered in this game. Nick, this has been a really nice performance tonight for Louisville, and now after the hour and 20-minute rain delay, you come back out trying to pick up a crucial win to open the series.
Yeah, now the rain has finally gone away. A long period of rest for both of these teams. We were wondering what the vibes were like in the dugout when you have to wait out so much rain. Brendan Shannon still out there for Louisville, getting loose. You see the Clemson batters understanding that just because there was a long delay, you don't take your foot off the gas at all. You have a 5-run deficit. You have to try and close the gap. 2 outs, 1 on was the scenario we left off on. Finally ready to resume play here in a couple of moments.
Louisville ace Wyatt Danielewicz started this game, went 5 innings, was relieved by Brandon Shannon. Shannon has thrown 34 pitches in this game, and he will be back out there with action set to resume officially. A 1 hour and 20-minute weather delay. Second delay of this critical first game of 3 here this weekend in Louisville. Shannon's ready, Gaffney's ready. Let's do it for the 3rd time. And the first pitch he throws outside 3-0. Clemson has a runner on first. That's Nate Savoy. Walked just before the skies let loose.
Somewhere, let's go. Pitch and catch, Brandon.
Clemson already with 1 across here in the 7th, trying to further cut into this 5-run deficit. And back-to-back balls for Shannon. And Clemson will have a pair on now with 2 outs in the 7th.
Well, Noah, before we endured that long delay, we were talking about how some of those ACC weekends in the past got away from Louisville. And now it's on Louisville. Up 5, yes, you have to close the door on this 7th inning. You cannot let Clemson get any further back into this game.
You're 1 swing away from suddenly this game being completely different. Clemson with their leading home run hitter, Jacob Jarrell at the plate. Big swing at the first pitch and fouls it off. Normally you'd have the conversation about if a pitcher was going to return after a weather delay, but when you think about a reliever in Shannon, certainly a lot easier for him to throw a few warm-up pitches and get back into this game. The 0-1 bounces in the dirt, and 3 out of the first 4 pitches that Shannon has thrown have been balls.
Yeah, we talked about sitting for so long. The first delay wasn't as long, but Wyatt Danielewicz had to get back out there, and he looked okay. But a lengthier delay can cause a little bit of a pause in your rhythm, and Shannon appears to be struggling with it right now.
That pitch again misses low. 4 out of 5 pitches out of the delay have gone for balls. Dan McConnell McDonald rather, sensing the moment, getting a couple of pitchers warming in the bullpen. Ty Stark, Peter Michael getting going in a hurry. 2-1. And Jarrell lays off a pitch out of the zone. And the decision to go with Brandon Shannon after the 1 hour and 20-minute weather delay not paying off at the current moment.
Yeah, and you might have to make a decision pretty quick here if you're Coach Dan McDonnell on the side of Louisville. Shannon looked good, but a 1 hour, 20-minute rain delay definitely changes things.
Just 1 pitch, though, from getting out of the inning. 3-1, a big swing. Jarrell 0 for 3 tonight, has a walk.
This is the biggest pitch of the night for both teams. It'll either load the bases or get Louisville out of the inning.
The payoff in the dirt. And the bases loaded here in the 7th. And if you thought this game had no more twists and turns, you'd be sorely mistaken.
You absolutely would be, and that's what you got to expect with tonight's game. The theatrics that started all the way back in the 1st inning and just where we've gotten to, and now here we are, 2 outs, bases loaded in the 7th inning. This game has gotten it all, Noah.
It really has. Gotten our money's worth, and then some. That'll bring up Jack Crichton. 1 for 3 tonight. And Shannon has just lost the zone here since coming in after the weather delay. Pitched really well pre-delay. Got a huge ground ball to get out of trouble in the 6th. Just needs 1 out to send us to the bottom of the 7th. That's a strike, 1-1. Here's a question for you, Nick. Normally you have the 7th inning stretch after the top of the 7th after an hour and 20-minute weather delay. Can we just skip past that and get going?
I think they had quite the stretch for an hour and 20 minutes.
1-1, fouled off. You and I had enough time to grab a hot dog during the weather delay, so.
That was clutch.
Jack Crichton having a big year. Gotten better as his career has progressed. Close to 300 over the last 2 seasons. 1-2 pitch, and he stays alive. You have to imagine this would be the last batter that Brandon Shannon would face in this game.
Absolutely would agree with you. I would think that based on the action in the Louisville bullpen, Dan McDonald would opt to go Stark for the 8th and Peter Michael for the 9th.
He's got 2 strikeouts on the night. And that one to the backstop. As Clemson gets another run here in the 7th. Shannon just lost the grip, and how much longer can you stick with him out there?
I think you might have to go grab him if you're Dan McDonald. You just don't want this to get out of hand, and Clemson is 1 swing away from making it a 2-run ball game, and we are not at the finish line yet, folks, and this one just gets away from Shannon. Yes, the rain has stopped. Maybe he just lost the grip, got away from him, but you have a chance still if you're Brandon Shannon to close the door right now on this 7th inning before it gets hairy.
2-2. Hit to left. It's fair. That's going to score a pair. Crichton makes the turn at first. And we have a 2-run ball game here in Louisville. A big 2-out, 2 RBI double for Jack Crichton. And Clemson's right back in this game.
Well, he's making the most of his last 2 seasons. Just talked about the growth. And in the biggest spot of the night for Clemson, they've been hanging around all night long. And after an hour and 20-minute rain delay, Jack Crichton, in the biggest moment of the game, comes up huge for Clemson.
And that will be the end of the line for Brandon Shannon. Dan McDonald sticks with him out of the 1 hour and 20-minute weather delay. The decision does not pay off. Clemson scores 3. It's a 10-8 game here in the top of the 7th. 2 outs, and Louisville going back to the pen. A second call to the bullpen after Brandon Shannon ineffective coming out of the 1 hour and 20-minute weather delay. Peter Michael in trying to keep this game at a 2-run lead for Louisville, making his 13th appearance of the year.
Well, it took him a while to get going this season, but he has really, really hit a stride here as of lately. He got Louisville out of trouble against Kentucky, and he was feeling great after that victory. And speaking of that game, we'll show you how he got out of trouble against Kentucky right here. He was dealing, everything was working for Peter Michael. 1 2/3, 1 hit, 4 strikeouts. Louisville needs him to do something pretty identical to that right now, Noah.
He was a former weekend starter at times this year. Started 13 games a season ago, coming out of the bullpen, though, this season. He's pitched really well lately. And McDonald will hope that that will stand up here as he throws a first pitch strike. The first batter he faces, Jason Fultz Jr., who's hitless on the night. Clemson leaping all sorts of pressure on top of Louisville in a must-win game for the Cards. Just a few weeks left of this season. We've talked about it several times throughout this broadcast, but right now Louisville on the outside looking in and with plenty of work to do down the stretch to get back to the NCAA tournament a year after they made it to the Final Four at the College World Series. 0-2. Michael says good morning, good afternoon, and good night. A 3-pitch strikeout for the final out of the 7th. Louisville leads by 2 here at home. We've got a ball game here late in the night in Louisville, Kentucky, in a consequential first game of 3 in this ACC series. Some have called this an elimination series for these two teams. Winner helps their case for the postseason. Loser will have a lot of work to do down the stretch. Clemson going to their bullpen. Brendan Bennett, the freshman, coming in for his 15th appearance of the year.
Yeah, and it's no surprise Coach Bakich goes to Bennett in this situation with Take Davis due up. You want to go to your lefty. Extremely good numbers, but one number I want to point out, Bennett pitches .500 to leadoff hitters. So Louisville right now, after that 4-run inning from Clemson, could really use a leadoff hit from Zion Rose.
So what you're saying here is if you're Rose, you're attacking an early pitch from Bennett.
I would swing away if you like one.
Rose has had a great night tonight. He's been on base all 4 times. He scored 3 of the 10 runs for Louisville. Takes the first pitch. It's called a strike. Brendan Bennett has been a high leverage reliever this year for Clemson. This is his team leading 15th appearance on the season. 1-1 will miss inside.
Now, I know I said Zion Rose should jump all over one that he likes, and I do believe he should do that, but this is not the time to help Clemson get out of a defensive inning quickly and get them right back to the plate.
And does just that, pops one up in the infield. The catch made by Luke Gaffney for out number 1. And that'll bring up Tig Davis. Earlier today, he hit his 25th home run of the season. This one tied the single season program record.
Yeah, he's just having that kind of season. The bat flip, much appropriate for Tig Davis, who told me earlier this season, when I calm myself down in big moments, that's when I find the most success. Well, he simplifies big moments better than just about anybody.
Davis tied for the NCAA lead in home runs. He is the active leader in RBIs this season. 1-0. Dangerous pitch inside. He's had one of the best seasons in recent memory for this Louisville program, and we've still got a week left in April. Here's the 2-0. And despite being a left-hander, Davis hitting north of 500 against left-handed pitching. 2-1. Big swing and a miss to even the count up. Had some bad intentions, was thinking about setting the program record with that swing.
Yeah, absolutely. He was thinking about, maybe I could hit this ball further than my first home run.
The 2-2, and Bennett K's the nation's home run leader.
Well, I said it when we took a look at Bennett ahead of the inning. This is exactly why Coach Bakich went to him in a high leverage moment. The nation leader on home run comes up to bat. You got to get him out.
That'll bring up Byram Hott. And Nick, you know that this sport is one of momentum, and you can slowly feel the momentum starting to shift to Clemson.
Yeah, this is a really clean 7th inning so far for Bennett. Now, Louisville's been making a lot happen tonight with 2 outs. But if Bennett can get his team out of this, and an awkward delivery there for him. He might have lost his footing on what's been a slick pitcher's mound tonight. We'll take another look here. Yep, right foot just slipped out from under him. This grounds crew has been trying to get fresh dirt on that mound all night.
The pitcher's mound, the only real dirt here at Jim Patterson Stadium. The rest of it, field turf. They put down some of that kitty litter, trying to seep up some of the moisture that had accumulated. 2-1, straight up in the air. Will Clemson have a play? No, they will not. That one will reach the stands. Louisville trying to regain the momentum in this game. They led 10-5 heading into that 1 hour and 20-minute weather delay. That's low. May have caught a piece of our home plate umpire. Line is Baker. Bennett looking for a clean 1-2-3 inning in the 7th. That one's hit hard into the gap in left center field. It one-hops the wall. And Byram Hott will have his 2nd hit of the day. 18th multi-hit performance of the season, and Louisville has life here in the 7th.
I just can't say enough about Byram Hott and how incredible he has been this entire season long. In his senior season, he's making a leap. And with 2 outs and a big moment, he knows where this season is for Louisville and what they need. 2 outs, an absolute beauty into the left center gap. And now Jimmy Nugent could bring him home.
Hott had a massive March, hit close to 450 during that month. Scuffled a little bit to begin this month of April, but heating up in a big way. And he's so critical to this Louisville side because he acts as the protection for the nation's leading home run hitter.
Yeah, and that's a big spot. You know, that's not easy to do, and he does it so well. He stays calm, doesn't try to do too much, just does what he's comfortable doing.
And now if you're Brendan Bennett out on the bump, trying to get out of this inning unscathed. Pitchers have not been able to throw up zeros after big innings in this game. Bennett trying to change that, but falls behind. And now if you're Nugent here, you're in a great hitter's count. What are you looking for in this spot?
I think you're just looking for something over the plate. You know, that's what every hitter is hoping for. But if it's somewhere close over the plate, you got to reach out, maybe take it the other way and go right field. Give Byram Hott a chance to score.
A breaking ball from Bennett at the knees.
It looks like Nugent wasn't ready for that breaking ball. Maybe was thinking fastball. If I'm Bennett now, you know, the mental game, do you go back to that breaking ball? It's been working really well in this at-bat. I think you do.
2-2. Right with the fast stuff.
You're ready, kid. You're ready.
Nugent stays alive. Extended a hitting streak to 5 games back in the first inning. He's 0 for 3, though, in his next 3 at-bats. Did reach on the fielder's choice in the 6th and come around to score. Trying to tack on some insurance runs. 2-2 pitch is in the dirt. Nice job by Gerald to keep it in front. It's a pretty nice glove there for Bennett. Impressed with some of the gloves that Clemson has.
They have some pretty interesting ones.
Some swag.
Yeah. The purple and orange, it's working.
Full count. Way inside, and that one hit Nugent. That's a hit by pitch. Hott's going to have to go back to second. That will be the ruling. So suddenly a little 2-out rally, and that has been a theme for both teams in this game. They've both been uberly successful with 2 outs, and now Clemson will make a mound visit.
And you got to think back a little bit to when it was pouring rain and Clemson made all of those errors and Louisville was able to stretch out that lead. And, you know, Clemson probably thinking now, man, if it wasn't for some of those errors, you know, this could be a tie game. You could be in the lead, but you have poised yourself to make a comeback, and you still have an opportunity to do so.
We'll have another top 10 showdown in college baseball coming up on Tuesday night as Coastal Carolina travels to Chapel Hill for what has become a big in-state rivalry over the years. You can catch the action on ACC Network and, as always, on the ESPN app. North Carolina dropping a game to Duke to even that series earlier tonight, much earlier, I could say. Past the 10 o'clock hour local time. This game started at 6 p.m. Eastern. Well, slightly after that. We had a delay even before the first pitch. We've had 3 so far tonight.
Wait for yours, Benny. Wait for yours, Benny.
1-0. Some ACC after dark here in Louisville, in a game that both of these teams need to have. Clemson in a better spot late in the season to get to the postseason. Louisville with plenty of work to do. This would help. Bennett has that one go to the backstop. I believe they're going to call that a swing. They will. Hott will advance to third. There will be runners on the corners now with 2 outs.
Here we go, Benny.
Been plenty of moments already in this game. Slanker looking for another. Already has a home run in this contest. 1-2 pitch. Nowhere close. If you're Eric Bakich, getting more gray hairs by the moment.
Battle, Benny, battle.
2-2. Caught. A strikeout at the top of the zone for Bennett to get out of the inning. Bennett works into and out of trouble It'll be 10-8 as we head to the 8th. Bennett comes in, does the job to take us to the 8th. A 10-8 game as we head to the 8th here in Louisville. This game started at 6:20 local time after the first delay. We had a second later on in this game, a third that lasted an hour and 20 minutes.
Bring us home, Petey, bring us home.
Tyler Lichtenberger to lead things off in the 8th. And a first pitch ball from the third pitcher of the night for Louisville. This is Peter Michael. That's a beautiful pitch at the knees.
He locates that breaking ball so well. Peter Michael loves to start at-bats off with strikes. Doesn't do it here, but fights back and evens the count. And he's talked about it a lot. That's how he controls at-bats, by staying in the strike zone.
This is on the 1-1 to fall behind to Tyler Lichtenberger. He's had a tough night at the plate. Pair of strikeouts and a 3-6-3 ground ball double play to end the 6th. He's 0 for 3 tonight. But ahead in the count here. These two teams will play 3 this weekend here in Louisville. And a leadoff walk to Lichtenberger. And those last pitches not particularly close. Talked about momentum and Clemson seemingly starting to grasp more and more of it. You have to imagine the Houdini act that Bennett pulled in the last inning further invigorates this offense as they try to tie this game here in the 8th.
Yeah, I'd like to think that hitting can be contagious, especially in big moments like this. You see one guy get a base hit, it makes you want to do the same thing.
Yes!
Michael having some trouble locating the zone as the rain continues to come down. It's been a great night for baseball here in Louisville as Clavon swings over the 1-0. One, grounded to short. This could be 2. They get 1. The return throw to first is a bit wide. Had to pull Davis off the bag. It'll be a fielder's choice for Clavon as Lichtenberger went in hard at second.
Louisville will take it, even though it's just 1. You get the lead runner at second. It's kind of an awkward play at shortstop, and the slide there that alters the throw of Elam. Lichtenberger rather, using some sliding strategy. You see players do that quite often to try and break up double plays.
You just have to stay in that base path there on the slide. Did that. Just a hard slide into second to break up the double play. We may have some pitch comm issues right here.
Looks like that's what it is with Baker.
Talon Bell batting with 1 out here in the 8th. His last plate appearance was his first career home run, first career hit for the sophomore out of Florida. Little miss inside. I was talking to a couple people around the Clemson program during the weather delay, and they all talked about how cool of a moment that was for Bell. Got the start on the mound and at the plate during the midweek, and gets the start here in right field today and pays it off with a home run.
Keep pounding, kid. Let's go.
Trying to turn the lineup over here in the 8th. Nate Savoy, who has been on base 3 out of the 4 times tonight, has scored 3 runs, looming on deck.
Yeah, it's danger on deck for Clemson, and the top of the lineup in general is so dangerous, and Peter Michael's going to have to stay present here to get out of it.
And Bell just keeps on hitting.
All good. Let's go.
Second hit of the night, and Clemson set up here in the 8th. It's called taking advantage of an opportunity. And that'll bring up Nate Savoy, who hit a towering blast back in the 3rd inning. A no-doubter, his 14th of the year. That made it a 2-2 ball game, and what feels like it was ages ago, it really is at this point.
It was, and you know what he's thinking about right now with 2 runners on, down by 2.
We've seen 5 total home runs in this game. The Tigers have hit 3 of them. Louisville with a pair. One-0 pitch to the dangerous Nate Savoy. He'll swing through it.
That breaking ball is working for Peter Michael. It's the fastball that he appears to be having trouble controlling, but no issues in the breaking ball department for him.
Massive power for Savoy. Ahead in the count 2-1 to a hitter who has 34 home runs in 96 collegiate games. He's averaged every 13 plate appearances, hitting a home run during his 3 years in college. Already has 1 tonight. 2-1 is low as the rain continues to pick up. Nick, I don't know if I could do another weather delay.
I don't blame you. No, it's been a marathon.
The Starbucks, which is right across the street from this stadium, is already closed, so wasn't able to get my 3rd cup of coffee for the day. Champagne problems. 3-1, middle infielders at double play depth, back at the corners. Savoy attacks the pitch right to Hot, goes to second, on to first, it's a double play as Peter Michael gets out of a huge jam. A massive play as Louisville maintains the lead here in the 8th.
Biggest double play of the season for Louisville so far. Hot to Elam and Elam to Davis. Louisville gets out of a pickle, and they retain the 2-run lead going to the bottom of the 8th.
The pitcher's best friend for Peter Michael to get out of a big jam in the top of the 8th inning as Louisville clings to a 2-run lead. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. It'll be the bottom 3 in the order, and they will face Drew Titsworth, the junior, who's previously a starter, now a high leverage reliever, on trying to keep this at just a 2-run deficit.
And you feel like Coach Bakich has been keeping Titsworth in the back of his mind and in his back pocket, just waiting for that right opportunity. Well, his team has done a really good job of getting back in this one, and now Drew Titsworth comes in, has to throw up the most important 0 of the night here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
He's the 3rd pitcher out of the Clemson bullpen after their ace, Aiden Canuck, started this game, went 4 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, but 5 total runs. He would be in line for the loss at the moment. Dion Brown came in, was effective at first, and then struggled right before the skies let loose here in Louisville. Brendan Bennett threw a nice inning, and now the baton passed to Drew Titsworth as the rain continues to fall on what can best be described as a soggy night. First pitch swinging and past the diving attempt of McClatty. At second as Cade Elam reaches to begin the 8th.
Said it before and I'll say it again, Cade Elam just has this presence to him no matter what situation he's in. You wouldn't guess that he looks like a freshman. Goes the other way, leadoff single, and the biggest at-bat of his collegiate career. All of these moments, Louisville understands their backs are as far against the wall as they can be.
Runner is going, a swing perhaps to protect Elam, who will steal the base. Fourth stolen base of the night means that Louisville has reached the century mark. 100 stolen bases on the season now, in 11 out of the last 13 seasons.
And it's a big one, puts Elam in scoring position with nobody out. And now Baker's gonna bunt, try to at least, pulls back. Wise decision, could get Elam to 3rd with 1 out. Manufacturing this run for Louisville would be massive. 3 runs is much better than 2 going into the 9th inning.
Oh.
1-1 through the legs of Baker and all the way to the backstop.
How about Baker dodging that ball? I want to point that out real quick, because if he wears that, Elam has to stay at second base.
Good call.
This is huge from George Baker getting out of harm's way. I don't know how he didn't get hit by that pitch, but that was humongous. They have 2 chances now for a fly ball to bring in Cade Elam.
That'll force Clemson to bring the infield in. 2-1 again. Inside, this time it hits George Baker. Dodged it the first time, couldn't that time. And now Louisville will have runners on the corners. And there's some confusion right now because Baker certainly got hit. Our home plate umpire, Linus Baker, did not signal the hit by pitch. The umpires are going to come together in the center of the diamond.
And he certainly did get hit. It bounced on the turf. You can understand why Baker didn't see the other Baker wear that pitch, but he sure did. As you'll see right here. Bounce, hit him. And Baker will trot on down to first base, where Louisville now has 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
And if there is a player that is a Louisville fan you'd love to see come through in this moment, is Alex Alisea. Came in expected to be one of the cornerstones as we see Jax Heil pinch run over at first base, but Alisea has really struggled this year. He's been dealing with a back injury in the starting lineup tonight. He's been on base twice and has a chance to come through in a big spot and give Louisville some much needed insurance.
Yeah, we saw it last year. He is just so tough, and Coach Dan McDonnell said sometimes you have to reel him back in a little bit, even if he is battling an injury. He just, I mean, he's got to be in some significant pain to not play baseball, Noah. He is so selfless. He's a warrior. On-field leader, very vocal.
Right here, Big Al. Let's go.
So he will bat runners on the corners after the player called mound visit. Drew Titsworth, the third pitcher of the night, out of the bullpen. Clemson has another arm warming. Here's Tunvisi, junior out of Peachtree City, Georgia. And it looks like Drew Titsworth's time in this game could be over. A walk to the mound, no signal to the bullpen yet. Titsworth coming off of a strong showing in the midweek. And the ACC Women's Lacrosse Championship game is set for Sunday, and the All-ACC team will be in Charlotte to get you set for it. They'll have a 30-minute pregame show at 11:30 a.m. Eastern with the final to follow. And after the game, the All-ACC team will break it all down with highlights, analysis, and interviews with players and coaches. The matchup for that game set as of about 15 minutes ago. It'll be the defending national champions, the North Carolina Tar Heels, going for a back-to-back title, facing a Stanford team who came from 2 goals down against Clemson to go to their first ever ACC title game on Sunday. It's late in the night as Titsworth will exit. We've seen some other Clemson Tigers in the news.
The Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
The Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Dabo Sweeney's team with a couple of first-round draft picks. Was this the first time that a Clemson offensive lineman has gone in the first round? And then you see Peter Woods drafted a little bit later. Always fun seeing dreams come true.
Yeah, it's always great. And they're getting drafted to such highly talented teams. And, you know, that just speaks to the quality of the programs at Clemson, the athletes that they develop. They develop a ton of pros in so many sports.
Nick, you're just saying that because you're a Lions fan. Come on. You thought you were going to sneak that by me?
I like the pick for Miller. I think he's going to do well.
Guys could always use a few extra offensive linemen, right?
Can't have enough. Cannot have enough.
Another early exit in the playoffs, perhaps?
Ouch.
Sorry, had to go there.
Yeah.
It's late in the night.
Yeah.
Harrison Veazey on the mound. Coming in fourth out of the pen for Eric Bakich. Still a 2-run game. But Louisville with runners on the corners. And Alex Alisea at the plate. 14th appearance for VC on the year. Alisea show and bunt, pulls back, the runner falls down between first and second. That was probably a design play trying to entice Jarrell to throw down to second.
Yeah, this is 100% by design here. Alisea is going to square to bunt, trying to distort the infield. You see Heisel takes a dive. Doesn't trip or fall, but takes an intentional dive there, trying to get Clemson to bite. A little slide on the wet turf, maybe.
It's credited with the stolen base, 5th of the night for this Louisville team. Clemson brings the infield in. Out and away to Alisea.
And you know what, Noah? I have a feeling right now, if Alisea catches something over the plate, he's driving it and bringing in Heisel and Elam.
2-1 pitch, misses. VC does have a base open at first. Probably careful here, a chance to set up a double play with a walk. But you have the top of the order looming for Louisville. That's a big swing from Alisea as the count moves full. Critical insurance runs on the base pass right now for Louisville. Alisea works underneath it. That one's going to get out of play.
Win it, Alex, win it. Let's go, buddy, let's go.
Louisville trying to land the first punch in this uber critical series. Both teams 1-5 in ACC series this year. The payoff. High and the bases are loaded. The first three have reached here in the eighth for the Cards.
Right here, Clutch, let's go. Right here.
So I'd like to see Lucas Moore here. We talked a lot about how aggressive he likes to be. If he likes the first pitch, he will swing at it. He has pulled the ball a lot this year, first and second base side, but earlier tonight had a really nice base hit up the middle. And his approach right now has to be patience mixed with the aggression of the first pitch he sees that he likes.
Lays off the first pitch up and away. Had a single back in the second inning that extended a hitting streak to 6 games. He's been on base 3 times tonight, has a pair of stolen bases and 2 runs scored. It's a strike as VC went to the breaking ball. The 1-1 from VC. Hit in the air. It'll hook out a play down the left field line.
All Louisville needs to do is just straighten one of those out. If they can get a fly ball to the outfield, it will score Cade Elam. Just haven't been able to get anything out of the infield, and now Lucas Moore has to protect with 2 strikes.
He was a first-team All-ACCer a year ago. Clemson has the infield in. They'll come home on a ground ball. That won't get it done. Back up the middle, and Louisville plates a run. VC got the ground ball, but there was no one up the middle. A great piece of hitting for Moore. He delivers, and Louisville's lead is 3.
This is exactly where we said Lucas Moore needed to go, right back up the middle, especially with Clemson's defense protecting home plate. You have so much opportunity if you can really rip a baseball. Not much chance for either middle infielder to get to that baseball between Lichtenberger and McClatty. Cade Elam is fired up, rightfully so. Louisville understands what's at stake here.
In the inning, far from over, bases loaded, still nobody out, and one of the baddest men in college baseball looming on deck. But first, you have to pitch to Zion Rose, who's had another big night. He's been on base 4 times. He's scored 3 times.
This is where you don't want to help VC out at all. He still has not recorded an out in this inning, and Zion Rose has to understand here, a walk is a big run.
2-0, hit hard, center field. It's going to stay in the yard. Is it deep enough to get the job done? Tagging at third, and scoring is Heil. It gets away as both runners advance. And Clemson's defense that's been shaky tonight, shaky once again.
And it's just been that kind of night for Clemson. Heisel able to score on that sacrifice fly. That's exactly why Louisville puts him on base. Get him around, get him on third, and another fly ball will do the trick now with Alisea on third, but no, we're not going to see Take Davis bat. They're putting him on base.
Getting the Barry Bonds treatment tonight in his attempt at history. Will have to wait at least one more plate appearance.
Now you got to deal with Byram Ha with the bases loaded, so. And you know, Dan McDonald talked about when everyone's healthy, Zion Rose included, this is what it looks like. This is his vision. This lineup playing at this level, 12 runs on 14 hits. This is what he knows his team is capable of.
Hell of a job by
First pitch misses to Byram Hott, who's been on base all 5 times tonight. A couple of fielder's choices sprinkled in, but a single, a double, a hit by pitch. That'll help the old OBP. 1-0. Hit to McClatty. Goes to second. Clemson eyeing a double play. They won't get it. The return throw late as Hott reaches. Alisea comes across to score. Louisville with 3 here in the 8th, and the lead back to 5.
This is a great play by McClatty. I want to give him a ton of credit right here because this is not an easy play. Off of
Clemson
1 foot.
is challenging the call of safe at first base.
Clemson's going to challenge the play at first. A run does come across, so Louisville will be A-okay with that result as they are now up 5 in the 8th. It's close.
We've seen a couple of really nice double plays, and were this one to be overturned, that one might have been the best. You touched on it, McClatty, who's kind of been the goat out there on defense tonight. A couple of big miscues earlier, making a really nice play to even give the Tigers a chance at turning 2.
Yeah, and it's a big second out. You can leave these 2 runners aboard now. Should this result hold with Hott safe at first, it'll be 1st and 3rd. But it's a big second out for Clemson. So we'll take another look here. Did Byram Hott get there safely in time? Boy, that's close. No, I don't know if there's enough there to overturn it.
And for Hott, you generally teach to try to touch the front of the bag. It looked like that last stride maybe forced him to go a little bit deeper on the bag than he wanted to. A bang-bang play, and in these situations, the call on the field matters. It was an out call. You would have to have that clear and conclusive video evidence to overturn this call, and based on what we've seen, at least initially, I'm not sure if there is enough to overturn this.
Yeah, that would have to be a little more conclusive, I think, regardless of whether it was bang-bang and the fact that the ball got there before the foot or the foot got there before the ball. It just has to be 100% conclusive, and the umpires are going to come make their decision.
So will the inning continue?
After video review, the call of safe at first stands.
And it will. So Hott is on base for the 6th time tonight. And now Eric Bakich wearing a path between the third base dugout and the pitcher's mound. Appears set to go to his bullpen once again.
Thank you, Blue. Go ahead.
It's been a tough night for Clemson pitchers. Eric Bakich going to his pen for the 5th time this evening. Louisville up by 5, trying to hang on in a critical game to open this series. We'll introduce you to the Tigers' latest when we come back.
I'm going to get 7 hours tonight, not 5.
Baseball coming up on the ACC network this weekend. Wake Forest is going to face 3rd-ranked Georgia Tech tomorrow at noon. And then If this game ever ends, Clemson and Louisville set to face off tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Final game of the series will be on Sunday, and it is a jam-packed weekend of baseball around the country. A couple of huge games in the SEC. Kentucky and South Carolina tussling in Columbia this weekend. And Louisville fans will be keeping an eye on that Vanderbilt-Texas series, with Vanderbilt set to take on Louisville in the weeks ahead. Nathan Dvorsky is the sixth pitcher of the night for Eric Bakich. He'll make his 10th appearance with runners on the corners and 2 outs here in the 8th.
Yeah, he comes in with 2 outs, and all you got to do right here is just find a way to get the last out of the inning. You only have to focus on Jimmy Nugent. I wouldn't even worry about the runners on base. Just find a way to get Nugent out, get your team out of the 8th inning.
Certainly has been easier said than done in this inning. Clemson deploying their 3rd pitcher of the inning, Titsworth, Vesey, and now Dvorsky, who's quickly ahead in the count, 0-2.
Take time. Make it a battle, Jimmy. Make it a battle. Let's go. Let's go, Jimmy. Good things happen. Watch. Right here, right now, Mr. Newton.
0-2, the runner going is swung through, and Nathan Dvorsky comes on and records the K. But Louisville tacks on 3. They lead 13-8, heading to the 9th here in Louisville. Well, a game that was slated to begin at 6 p.m. Eastern has now entered potentially its final frame just after 11 o'clock Eastern time here in Louisville. Clemson down to their final 3 outs, and Dan McDonnell turning to Ty Stark. The Louisville native has been one of the Cards' best relievers this year.
Yeah, he's been the go-to guy multiple times this season for Dan McDonnell. In these moments when he has to get outs, McClatty set to lead it off for Clemson, so Stark being a lefty, advantage to Louisville. And 3 outs away from a much-needed Friday night victory. You gotta set the tone this weekend with a win.
Louisville trying to just do that. Among several defensive changes, one of them is Jimmy Nugent going back behind the plate. George Baker had caught for the first 8 innings of this game, and I believe with that substitution they would lose the designated hitter spot as Nugent re-enters this game, but Louisville certainly hoping that doesn't come back to hurt them. They'd love to end this game here in the top of the 9th inning. Heart of the Clemson lineup, McClatty, Gaffney, and Jarrell. If anyone reaches, Jack Crichton would come to the plate. Ty Stark, the long, lanky left-hander. He's got levers for days.
Yeah, his delivery and the way he throws it across his body, it just He catches Claddy right there. Stark has done that a little bit this year. Sometimes he leaves it inside. He's trying to throw that crossbody sweeping pitch. If he doesn't generate enough horizontal break on it, he catches batters with it.
An inauspicious beginning as McCladdy reaches, and this one just never came back to the plate as McCladdy just wore it in the backside.
And even though you're up 5, it's just not the start you want for Louisville. You don't want to create more work than you have to put the bow on this one.
Luke Gaffney at the plate has been on base all 4 times tonight. Homered, singled, he's walked twice, scored 2 runs. That home run back in the first extended his season high hitting streak to 9 games.
Attaboy.
1-1. If you're Clemson, just thinking about base runners right now, trailing by 5. Pitch off the plate, it's 2-1. Stark's done a nice job this year bouncing back after what I think is fair to call the worst year of his career a season ago. He's been fantastic though this season. 2-1, 3-1 now.
Well, that one tailed back. It looked maybe like it was good enough to even the count up at 2 apiece. Stark now 1 pitch away from putting the first 2 batters aboard via walk, and it's just been the story for Louisville all season.
That'll catch the corner for Stark, who's not allowed a run in his last 6 outings. It's been over a month now since Stark last allowed a run. That was against North Carolina in that series that Louisville would go on to lose 2-1. I wonder if the guy standing behind home plate right now in the North Carolina shirt was a plant.
A spy maybe sent by someone at Chapel Hill?
I won't go that far. Certainly odd placement. The payoff. Hit hard through the right side. Station to station goes McCladdy, and the first 2 have reached here in the 9th for Clemson. If you thought this game was going to end easily, sorry, my friend, it's not. Still intrigue late in the night here in Louisville. Pair of runners on for Jacob Jarrell, and a pitch misses for Ty Stark. Five hours and 13 minutes after this game was scheduled to start, we've seen approaching 400 pitches in this game. A strike there for Stark.
And if you're Stark here, you kind of have to get this out. Doesn't have to be a strikeout, but you just got to get this out. You can't afford to walk the first 3 batters in the 9th inning when you're up 5 runs, trying to get a big Friday night win.
Stark's 1-1. It'll get through. McCladdy gonna hold up at third. The bases are loaded and nobody out. This is a Clemson team that under Eric Bakich has been known for their thrilling comebacks. This one would take the cake here this season as England and Hoyt starting to get warm in the Cardinals bullpen. And now a long walk to the mound.
All good, Ty, let's go.
Perhaps a chance to buy a couple of extra pitches down in the bullpen. Ty Stark coming on after Peter Michael pitched the last 2 frames. He has struggled early on in this outing. The first 3 batters have reached a hit by pitch, back-to-back singles by Gaffney and Jarrell. And Jack Crichton at the plate. He hit a big 2 RBI double back in the 7th inning. At the time, that made it a 2-run game. Louisville thankful for the 3 insurance runs that they picked up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tying run in the on-deck circle. And a first pitch strike for Ty Stark to Jack Crichton. Crichton flew out in his first 2 plate appearances tonight, has singled and doubled in his last 2. Double play depth up the middle for Louisville. Crichton hits one hard but foul. The 3-year starter for this Clemson program is Jack Crichton. The 0-2 coming from Stark. Hit to left, hooking, and into the Clemson bullpen.
Big XL there from Ty Stark, I would imagine, watching that ball hook left into the bullpen. Should be a big strikeout for Stark.
Crichton in the midst of his best offensive year. 0-2 pitch to the senior. Nick, I don't know how we've made it this deep into the game without mentioning that Jack Crichton and Nick Zanetti share a hometown of Rochester Hills, Michigan.
That we do. We both grew up in Rochester Hills. Crichton went to Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Played against them a few times in high school.
0-2 pitch to Crichton. That's how you know we're 5 hours into this game.
Yeah.
Running out of material.
Yeah. Nuggets like that.
A bases loaded spot, nobody out here in the 9th. Ty Stark has been the go-to high leverage reliever. He's in a big jam here. 0-2, ground ball. Could be trouble. Davis across his body. A heck of a play at the plate as McClatty barreled over Nugent, and they exchanged some words. That was a force play at the plate. You can see Nugent fired up as McClatty ran him over. Always high drama when these 2 teams get together. And we may see a video review of this play.
Well, first I want to highlight how great of a play this was from Tage Davis. It was trouble in the infield. And I don't blame Jimmy Nugent for being upset. Looks like McClatty didn't have too much room to work. Doesn't look like there was any ill intent there.
Louisville is challenging the force play slide rule at home plate. Yeah.
And so on a night with every twist and turn, a review on this play. McClatty barreling down the third base path, running into Nugent, who just entered this game at the catcher position.
When you consider what's at stake here, can't blame these players for letting emotions run a little high there. Nugent laughing about it now, but both these teams, we've talked about it all night long. What's at stake? Their vision is set on the postseason, even though their resumes right now may not get them in. They are leaving it all out there, Noah.
Both teams coming into tonight projected out of the NCAA tournament at the moment. Clemson's hosted 3 straight regionals. A Louisville program that was amongst the final 4 teams playing a year ago in the College World Series, but needing to do some yeoman's work down the stretch to even get back to the postseason. It's not been a great year for Kentucky teams that went to the College World Series a year ago. Murray State, who was the darlings of college baseball last year, not had a great year. Louisville has struggled. Still a glimmer of hope down the stretch. Here's another look at this play at the plate.
I think the instincts came in for Nugent there, turning to tag. when he had a force. And you see the collision there again. As the umpires are having a conversation with Coach Bakich on the Clemson side. Louisville's infield convening at the shortstop position. Or rather, 3 infielders convening with Zion Rose, and Tage Davis is on the right side of the infield by himself.
A hard-fought ball game between these two. Eric Bakich, 8-2 all-time against this Louisville program as the head coach of the Clemson Tigers. Staring down the barrel, though, of an opening game loss in this critical series. Some have called this a potential elimination game or elimination series for these two teams that are both 1-5 in ACC series this year. Clemson has the better resume, but a loss tonight would certainly drop them a little bit farther down the RPI metric that is so important come the postseason. Taking a long time to look at this one. You get the sense that in this situation, they're probably looking for malicious contact. And based on the replays that we've seen, it didn't seem like there was intent there for McClatty, just kind of an odd play.
We have an out at home plate. We do not have malicious contact, and we play on.
And so no malicious contact there. And McDonald out of the dugout to talk to Linus Baker.
Yeah, in the replay, when we saw it more and more, it didn't look like McClatty had any ill intent to run into Jimmy Nugent there. Just trying to score best he can, and Nugent doing his job, trying to make the out at home plate. And now Louisville 2 outs away.
Base is still loaded, but now an out in the inning for Ty Stark, 4th pitcher of the night for the Cards. And that's a strike.
I want to point out real quick, Noah, the trend of the night for the Clemson offense. They have only scored in odd innings. Innings 2, 4, 6, and 8, 0 runs. They have gotten all their runs in 1, 3, 5, and 7. If that trend follows, they'll score some runs here.
Stark bouncing back in a big way, ahead in the count 0-2 on Jason Foltz Jr., the freshman out of Harbor Creek, Pennsylvania. 0 for 4 tonight, 0 for 8 this week. 5 strikeouts in the 2 games this week, including the midweek against USC Upstate. Trying to come through. Stays alive here.
And now you're ahead 0-2. The battle between Foltz Jr. and Stark. Stark has to be careful here, not leaving anything over the plate. You're in the best position you can be in. Make Foltz go fish.
Great pitch right there. Foltz able to lay off. It's one of those pitcher's pitches in that situation. Make it enticing enough to try to get a swing, but don't give him anything that he could really do some damage on.
Yeah, that was my point exactly right there. Just throw a pitch that's going to make Foltz think about it, but make him be disciplined.
1-2 to Foltz. Stays alive. And Jimmy Nugent wishing his night had continued a designated hitter. It's the last thing you want to see at 11:15 at night. Started the game at designated hitter this evening. Entered behind the plate for George Baker here in the 9th inning. Stark trying to slam the door. 1-2 off the plate. And a lesser man behind the plate in Linus Baker might have called that a strike.
Another really good one from Stark. It's just a great pitch. Even better by Foltz to make this an even count.
Count even. Bases loaded, 1 out in the 9th. And Stark gets the K. Biggest pitch of the night for Louisville, and now Clemson's down to their final out.
And when Foltz made it look like he was battling all the way back, trying to will his Tigers with the bases loaded. Ty Stark swagger. He's got some moxie to him out there.
As he should. Has not allowed an earned run in his last 6 outings. Hasn't given up a run in over a month.
And
starts Tyler Lichtenberger with a first pitch ball.
And now he's pitching out of bases loaded, nobody out.
Would be the most impressive Houdini act of the night. 1-0. And Lichtenberger plunked. And that will bring the tying run to the plate.
And those are just the kind of mistakes you can't afford in the 9th inning. Even if you're up 5 runs, you're not always going to be up 5. Noah, there's going to be times where you take a 1 or 2 run lead into the 9th inning. And with the bases loaded, you can't afford to give out free passes.
And that'll bring up the Georgia transfer, Bryce Clavon. Clavon in the starting lineup more significantly down the stretch of the year with Jaron Purify out with injury. He has stepped up in a big way since entering the lineup. Clavon's had hits in 13 of his last 16 games, hitting close to 300. Represents the tying run here in the top of the 9th. Oh for 4 tonight. 1-0. Hit passed through.
It's a good spot. Just stay out there if you're Stark. You don't want to leave it too much over the plate. Give Clavon the perfect chance to extend his arms, but if you leave it far enough outside, he'll have to go reaching.
Ground ball to the right side, off the glove of Davis, and everyone will be safe. One of the most sure-handed first basemen. That was not an easy play, and the inning will continue, and now the winning run comes to the plate.
Awkward play there for Tag Davis at first base. It's just a chopper you maybe like to see with 2 outs, and you got to get this win. Maybe Tag Davis just knocked that ball down. Stark is on his way over in case you can't do it yourself. Clemson gets another break, and now winning, or go-ahead run, rather, at the plate.
Yeah, that's my fault. I got ahead of ourselves.
Yes!
First pitch ball here to Talon Bell. What a story he's been tonight. First career hit, first career home run in the 7th, singled in the 8th. And Talon Bell, as we mentioned, little personal history tonight. First ever collegiate hit, and this one goes close to 400 feet the other way. A big home run for Bell, and now a bigger spot here in the 9th. And Nick, you got to think if you're Bell in this spot, if you come through, you might have just solidified your spot in the lineup for at least a week.
Yeah, you got to be thinking right now if you're Bell, keep the moment simple, but understand that you could come through in a big way for your team right now, and I'd have to agree with you, Noah. You'd earn some more ABs.
1-1 to the sophomore Bell. Upstairs, they did give Tag Davis an error on that play over at first base. So if any more runs were to score in this game, they would go down as unearned runs. That would have been the final out of the inning. Bell trying to turn the lineup over. 2-1, grounded, foul. Nate Savoy looming in the on-deck circle if Bell can find a way on. Plenty of late-night drama here in Louisville. A game that both teams had to have. Bases loaded with 2 outs. 2-2 pitch. Called strike 3, and that'll end the ball game. Ty Stark with a big K to nail down a critical win for Louisville.
Long night for Clemson. You see the box score, 5 errors, and they were still able to hang around the entire time. Got to give credit to them, but more credit to Louisville getting a huge win. Back-to-back top 40 RPI wins, and they set the tone for the weekend. Another look here at Stark. Nugent, when he caught it, moved it up. It's what maybe had the Clemson players thinking it was a ball, but Linus Baker made his call, and Louisville gets out of Jim Patterson with a Friday night W.
Ty Stark comes on and does his job. High drama in the 9th, but it's Louisville who comes out on top to open the series. A fun one. It's Louisville out on top 13-10 here in Louisville. For our entire ACC Network production crew, I'm Noah Frary saying so long. We'll see you tomorrow.